The Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Appearances for the day, please.
Yes, if it please the Commission, today I appear with Ms Marsh.
Who are we going first? Ms Hogan-Doran
Please, Commission, I appear today with my learned friend Mr Glover and Mr Vial for the Commonwealth.
and Dr Rennick. Thank you. Yes, Mr Gregory.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. There are two witnesses scheduled for today. The first is the Honourable Scott Morrison MP, and the second is Anthony Barford, who wasn't reached yesterday.
Yes.
It's convenient at this point that I tender the balance of Mr Barford's documents and the exhibits in respect of Mr Morrison. The additional Barford exhibit is 2556 on the list, and the balance of the exhibits, including some statements from Mr Flavel, who was the proper officer of the Department of Social Services, run through to 2684.
Thank you. They will be admitted as exhibits with the numbers they bear in the schedule. Now, I have, of course, made a ruling on public interest immunity, as you're all aware, and I gather it's not the subject of any application for review.
No, Commissioner, it's not, and I've had very useful discussions with my learned friends, and I don't think it will be a practical problem today.
No, I gather that Mr Morrison will have access to the unredacted document should he need to refresh his memory?
That's exactly it.
Right, thank you. Excellent. Yes, Mr Gregory.
Yes, Mr Morrison is present and in a position to take an oath or an affirmation.
Yes. What would you prefer, Mr Morrison, oath or affirmation?
An oath, thanks, Commissioner.
Thank you. Have that administered. Would you just, thank you.
Place your right hand on the Bible. And your response is, I do. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr Gregory.
Thank you, Commissioner. Can you tell the Commission your full name, please?
Scott John Morrison.
Mr Morrison, you were served with a notice to give a statement and produce documents, NTG-0033, dated 18 October 2022.
Correct.
And you produced two statements in response, which referred to various documents. The first dated 11 November 2022 and the second dated 25 November 2022.
Correct.
In your first statement, you confirm that you are a member of the House of Representatives as the elected member for Cook, and from 23 December 2014 to 21 September 2015, you were the Minister for Social Services.
Correct.
Treasurer from 21 September 2015 to 28 August 2018.
Correct.
And finally, the Prime Minister of Australia from 24 August 2018 to 23 May 2022.
It's my privilege.
Mr Morrison, are the contents of both statements true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Well, the first of those, absolutely. The second of those, which you refer to in the unredacted version, I can affirm is complete and full, but obviously the redactions in what has been made available publicly obviously are incomplete to that extent, but given the excellent work that I think has been done by the Commission together with Council, then I think that enables us to practically pursue those statements.
But can we assume what's in the redacted statement is also true?
Well, I can't say that it's complete, but I can say that the statement that's redacted, the items that are not redacted are true, but I cannot say that that redacted statement is a complete and comprehensive statement.
I think the question was just true and correct, really, not completion, but I think we grasp your position.
When you were appointed the role of Minister for Social Services...
I should stress that the redactions were not made at my request.
Yes, they're the consequence of various rulings in respect
And not I'm very happy for my full statement, but I understand the process.
Right. When you were appointed Minister for the portfolio, that is for Social Services, on 23 December 2014, you undertook a period of getting to know what was going on in the department by receiving briefings and meeting with key people.
Correct.
One of those people was Ms. Kathryn Campbell, the Secretary of the Department of Human Services within the portfolio.
Correct.
And is it correct to say that meeting occurred on 30 December 2014?
To the best of my recollection, we don't have, in preparing for today, a record of that precise date, but I understand it was around that time, and I understand that's Ms. Campbell's recollection, and I would agree with that.
Do you recall generally that it was soon after you were appointed Minister
Absolutely,
to the
yes.
portfolio, and perhaps even during the Christmas break?
Oh, absolutely. I remember it was very soon after being sworn in, which was only a few days before Christmas, and we arranged to meet up very soon after that.
At the time you were appointed Minister for the portfolio, Senator Marise Payne was the Minister for Human Services.
Correct.
That is, as between you and her, you were the senior or portfolio minister and she was the junior minister.
I was the Cabinet Minister, yes.
And one of the pieces of information that you received after your appointment was a letter signed by Senator Payne, which attached a number of documents and was the first formal briefing by her in respect of DHS.
Correct. You'd have to refresh my memory of the date of that letter as to whether that was, I'm quite certain that was before I met with Ms. Campbell.
Yes. The letter is only dated December, but I'll take you to it now.
Yeah.
It is tab 109 in the 3 volumes, yes. It'll come up on the screen, Mr. Morrison. Exhibit 2497, CTH.3732.0001.008.
Yeah.
And if we flick through to the page ending 0012,
Yeah. Well, if you go back to the start of that letter, you'll see, if you go to the first page of the letter, you will see in the last paragraph before the bullet points, I understand the Secretary of the Department is arranging to meet with you before you go on leave. I had some brief leave in the start of January with my family to brief on key priorities. So that meeting was held with the foreknowledge and agreement of the Minister,
yes.
as is appropriate.
There are a couple of points that I wish to take up with you in the briefing letter. The first is the third substantive paragraph on that page commencing at the same time. Senator Payne, by this paragraph, was of course giving you a very high-level overview of the goings-on within DHS,
Yeah.
and identifying here that one of the challenges was reducing operating costs in accordance with previous government decisions.
Correct?
In broad terms, previous government decisions is a reference to the government's desire to produce a balanced budget over time.
No, I don't think you can presume that from that statement.
What did you understand that statement?
Well, as subsequent meetings demonstrated, and particularly my engagement with Minister Payne, one of, if not the largest program being undertaken by the Department of Human Services, what was known and is still known as the Whippet program. Now, the Whippet program is a complete transformation of the ICT system of the Department of Human Services. And this was an extremely resource-intensive program that was going to be able to transform the department's capability to be able to manage the payment system, which accounted for a third of the budget. And so making that project a success was the overarching discussion that I'd had with Minister Payne. This was an enormous ICT program, incredibly complicated, many risks associated with it, both from a cost point of view, but also in ensuring its coding and all other technological elements. And so that was, decisions had been taken prior to me becoming the Minister for Social Services and prior to the Minister for Human Services taking on her role to go ahead with this program. A lot of work had been done, and that was a big part of our focus.
Do you recall independently of the letter that it was an aim of the government to deliver a balanced budget over successive years?
Well, it should always be.
irrespective
I
of
don't
whether
find
it should or
anything
shouldn't be.
extraordinary about that. I mean, of course.
I'm not suggesting it is extraordinary, Mr Morrison.
No, that was a clear position prior to the 2013 election, one that we were able to achieve just before the pandemic hit, which I was pleased that we were able to do so. It took a little longer than we anticipated.
We turn to page .0009. There is a subheading here, priorities for 2015, and there is the identification of several of those for the department. And of course, this is the Department of Human Services rather than the Department of Social Services.
Yep.
The subparagraph A, contribute to the development of social services and other budget measures, identified that there were measures being introduced that had been announced in the budget earlier in 2014.
Yes.
And that there were a number that remained that were awaiting passage.
Yeah, there are a number of unlegislated measures that I inherited as Minister.
Awaiting passage, is that a reference to the passing of legislation through both houses?
Yes.
At this particular point in time, that is December 2014, early 2015, there was a large number of crossbenchers in the Senate.
Correct.
And that represented a potential hurdle to the passing of legislation through both houses.
Well, not necessarily. If there was bipartisan support for measures, then no, the crossbench didn't present a challenge. But given the opposition at that time and throughout our entire time in government had taken a very hostile approach in the chambers on legislation, then that effectively handed the power of veto with the opposition's support and the Greens to that small group of crossbenchers. That's correct. But where there was bipartisanship on measures, then no, they didn't present any obstacle, but that was rare.
The final point I wish to take up with you from this letter from Senator Payne is in the last paragraph on the same page. It identifies that DHS was in the process of working with DSS to develop new policy proposals and cost estimates for the 2015-2016 budget.
Yes.
Now, again, I'm not suggesting there's anything surprising about that or unusual about that. You would agree that you would expect in the ordinary budget cycle possible new policy proposals to be worked on prior to the end of the calendar year.
Well, of course. Look, in my experience, I served on the ERC from that time of late December all the way through to May of this year. And that was the normal course of events, that once you had worked through the MyEFO process, which is the mid-year update of the budget, and there is a full round of considering submissions that go into that half-yearly process. As you draw to the end of that process, which is announced in December, typically, then the next process for budget has already begun. But that's identification of priorities, possibilities in working things up at a departmental level. Ministers sometimes are brought into at least what the department is working on at that point in terms of what they're likely to bring up to ministers. But equally, ministers, where they are initiating measures, it would not be surprising that by that time, ministers themselves would have tasked departments on that front as well.
The measure which was introduced within some months, that is the May 2015 budget, strengthening the integrity of welfare payments measure, which this Commission is concerned with, was not, as you understood things in December 14, part of the group of new policy proposals that was being referred to in this paragraph.
Well, I can't confirm that either way, because it was clear in preparing for today that, not to my knowledge, and I assume not to the knowledge of my predecessor, Minister Andrews, that the rather extensive work that had already been done by the Department of Human Services, which I was unaware of at that time, was quite extensive. The Department of Human Services had already fashioned quite a bit of that proposal in some specificity.
Are you referring here to communications between persons within DHS and DSS in respect of an online PAYG proposal in broad terms?
Yes, I am. Discussions that I was not aware of at any time. But equally, that was a matter which was clearly being worked on, certainly by DHS, and there was quite a degree of specificity to that.
Adopting the position...
I couldn't tell you when they began working on it. They may have began working on it months and months before, for all I know.
Turning to your understanding now from the preparation you've just described, the communications that you became aware of between the two departments included, it seems, a very clear position from DSS that the proposal, as it emerged in late 2014, required legislative change to implement it and reflected a fundamental change to social security law and policy.
Well, I note those discussions, as I stress, and as you have also, discussions that I was not privy to at any point. I also note in other submissions to this Royal Commission that that view was based on the understanding of the proposal at that time. But by the time of the submission going to Cabinet, that view at DSS had changed, and advice was given that legislation was not required by the department. So I note the same interactions that you have noted, and they were as fresh to me as they were to you. But I also note the other commentary by officers which have appeared here that describe an evolving understanding of both the proposal and the implications of that, and what was ultimately recommended authoritatively to Cabinet.
You may take it that I will take you through all of the documents of that process in 2015, but just remaining in 2014 for the moment. What do you recall of your meeting with Ms Campbell in terms of information exchanged, any additional understanding you gained about the operation of the department, what directions or guidance you provided her as the new minister? What can you say about that?
Sure. Well, let's sort of note the context first. The Department of Human Services is what I describe with DSS as a supplier-client type relationship. The Department of Human Services not only provides policy delivery or rather program implementation services to the Department of Social Services, it also provides that to the Department of Health and engages with other service delivery agencies. So it is important in my experience that you have an understanding of those you work with, and to have a good understanding as best as you can of how the system works. Now, in my experience up until that time, I'd previously been the Minister for Immigration and Border Protection and had worked in that portfolio area since late 2009. So that had been quite a period in a different portfolio area. And so I understood how complicated that portfolio was, and I had no reason to believe social services would be any less so. And so talking to the policy and program implementers was an important early conversation. So the purpose of that conversation, which was, I think, sought in concert both with Ms Campbell as well as Minister Payne, was of a general nature, to understand how the Department of Services operated, what their systems were, to understand how they communicated benefits and dealt with processing of payments. I remember spending quite a bit of time as we went through the Centrelink handbook and the various benefits that were there, which was explained to me, and how they worked through their very difficult tasks. And I stress it was very evident to me from that early conversation that Department of Human Services, that later became Services Australia, have a very difficult task. They are dealing with some of the most vulnerable in our community, and they have a great deal of expertise in trying to manage those vulnerabilities as best they can. But it is a difficult system.
Now, I think you're actually asked about directions or guidance to Ms Campbell.
I'm happy to respond.
We'll go right ahead.
And so the discussion was of a general nature. Within that discussion, I obviously expressed interest about how they ensured the integrity of the welfare system. And it was explained to me how they did that. And I knew from my previous experience in immigration that any government program has challenges in dealing with integrity issues. Some of those are intentional, some of those are unintentional. And so I was keen to understand how that was managed. And as a result of that general conversation, I asked that they advised me of ways we could do that better, which seemed to me to be consistent with my responsibilities as minister. This was a budget which was a third of the federal budget. And I was very aware from that discussion that even the smallest changes to entitlements and programs and how things are managed can have very serious implications for taxpayers. Of course, the social welfare system, the social security system, is paid for by taxpayers, and the system needs to be fair to those who receive benefits as well as those who pay for them, the taxpayers. And that was a very strong view of our government and the principle of mutual obligation, which was established in particular by Prime Minister Howard.
You referred to the smallest changes to entitlements and programs can have serious implications for taxpayers. You're talking about in a financial sense.
Oh, of course, yeah.
That is, that small changes to the system can add up to big dollars.
And its administration as well.
Yes. You referred.
And that is a responsibility of the minister.
You referred to taking some time, I think you said hours, in the conversation with Ms Campbell or the briefing with Ms Campbell.
I can't recall how long the meeting was.
It was obviously not quick if you're diving into the Centrelink handbook.
I think we could say it was hours, no. I don't think we could say it was that long. I couldn't even tell you it was a full hour. I had a pretty busy schedule at that time, and ministers' times had many demands on them. So no, I couldn't say it was even an hour. But I don't recall. I mean, it's not something I can say one way or the other, and I don't, unless Ms Campbell has another recollection, I'd be happy to defer to her.
You talked about getting into the Centrelink handbook or guidebook with Ms Campbell to get an understanding of how payments are made or entitlements are delivered. This is the general discussion about a person's entitlement on a fortnightly basis and the delivery of payments on a fortnightly basis, I take it.
No, I don't recall us going into those details. It was about the actual number of payments, the scope of them, and their interaction with people who were seeking to gain access to those payments. So no, the premise of the question I don't agree with, no.
What do you mean the interaction with those people who are seeking to gain access to them?
People come into Centrelink and ask for payments and how they handle that.
When you refer to entitlements, are you talking about the basis on which someone is entitled to a payment?
That, yes.
That is a fortnightly basis?
No, it's more, I'm referring to the eligibility for payments and people's income. What you're referring to is how that income is assessed.
Well, I think we might be talking about the same thing. Eligibility for income support is measured on a fortnightly basis.
It is, but the principal eligibility is one of income, which is then assessed based on a fortnightly basis. But the whole point of the social security system is to provide people support when they need it. And the social security system is, in Australia, we should be very proud of it. It is one of the most complex and highly targeted system anywhere in the world. A bit like our immigration system. I saw a lot of similarities between them. But when you have such a complex system, that also presents very significant administration challenges.
And this is the understanding that you gained or had at the time of your meeting with Ms Campbell?
I had a general understanding of it. I mean, there are people who work at the Department of Social Services who spend 30 years trying to understand this system. And even then, they would be the last to say they knew it comprehensively. So I would say that humbly, I wouldn't have pretended to that level of detailed knowledge, not within several days of having been sworn as minister.
The description placed on the meeting in the executive minute is in these terms, that The department was asked to prepare a brief outlining the department's current approach to protecting the integrity of the welfare system outlays. That description is one that you would accept as accurate from your discussion?
Well, as I just said in answer to your previous question, we discussed generally the issue of how the department was managing the integrity of the welfare system, and I was interested in learning on how we could do that better. I had no specific suggestions about that. I just knew it was an important responsibility I had as Minister to ensure the integrity of the welfare system. Now, it's with the Commissioner's indulgence, I had learned as a Minister for Immigration that if there is not confidence in the immigration system, then Australians lose confidence in the very important program of immigration. And as a Minister for Social Services, I was equally keen to ensure that I could improve confidence in the social security system because people need it. And I wanted to ensure that people had confidence in that system and there was integrity in it. So, not unsurprisingly, as part of a general discussion, I asked the department to suggest to me how we could do things better.
I'll make it a shorter question. Did you ask Ms Campbell to prepare a brief outlining the department's current approach to protecting the integrity of the welfare system?
I'd refer to my earlier answer. What I asked is how can we do things better and for them to make some suggestions.
So is that a no?
It's what I, Commissioner, it's what I said. I simply said we discussed generally the issue of integrity in the welfare system and I asked to see some suggestions about how we could do that better. I think the meanings are probably the same, but
I'm not sure you're accepting what was conveyed back to you in the executive minute, which was that you asked Ms Campbell to prepare a brief outlining the department's current approach.
well, I accept that that's how the department in the brief has characterised that. And I don't know if there's a great difference in what we're saying. I'm just choosing my own words as to what I believe I said. When briefs are sent to you as a minister, and I served as a minister from September of 2013 until May of 2022, when you respond to a brief, you are simply responding to the recommendations that are listed. And you give your specific response to those, as I have in relation to that minute. But that is not an endorsement of every single word and in every way it's expressed. That is the view of the department that is expressed. And I'm simply saying that this brief was a product of a general conversation where I asked, how can we do this better? I'd like to see some options about how we can do that. With no specificity, with no suggestion.
The second aspect of the introduction to the executive minute continues, and options for strengthening these arrangements, in particular those associated with fraud.
Yeah.
I take it you accept that you did ask for options
Well, particularly in
strengthening
relation to
those
fraud.
arrangements?
Of course. I mean, that's one of the most important issues that Australians and particularly taxpayers had expressed great concern about. That the system, they didn't want to see rorted because they believed in the system, as I did and do.
And would you agree with me that the question of how options could be strengthened or options for strengthening the existing system goes hand in hand with the department's current approach to the question of protecting the integrity of the welfare system?
I'd have to ask you to rephrase the question. I don't think you're trying to ask me something quite specific, but I just want to be sure about what your question is.
Well, options for strengthening the existing arrangements goes hand in hand with an understanding of the existing arrangements.
Sure, yes.
And when you read the executive minute, there was nothing that jumped out to you about this sentence as a misunderstanding of your conversation with Ms Campbell.
Well, that's not what I was reviewing.
You read the minute.
Yes, and the minute made a number of recommendations.
I understand that.
And how those recommendations the department believed they came to me was not my matter of concern. What mattered to me was what they were suggesting, and what I responded to was what they were suggesting, not their chronology.
Are you suggesting that they mischaracterised the nature of the meeting?
No.
Okay,
I'm just,
all
I think we're sort of getting a bit bogged down in semantics. I've said quite plainly in response that we had a general discussion and I asked to see how we could do it better and to see options for that. That's what they did. And I responded to the recommendations about what next steps should be taken.
Did you consider that the brief contained in the 12 February executive minute was responsive to the conversation you had with Ms Campbell?
Yes.
Continuing with the chronology, can I take you, Mr Morrison, to tab 59 in the bundle? This is a transcript, exhibit 2600 or 2602. Perhaps if we could just go to the...
Tab 59, did you say?
Yes, the third page
the
to
second-
identify it's the correct one.
Folder. Hang on.
Just go to the third page of the document, please. Yes, thank you.
Page 3.
Yes, you'll see at the bottom, Mr Morrison, the date 21 January 2015.
Right, this is the interview I had with former Minister Richardson.
That's so, yes. On Sky News.
Yeah. Yeah, which section would you like me to look at?
I'd like to take you to page .0227_0003, which should be the next page, bottom right corner 4/6.
Yeah. Yes.
Former Minister Richardson, towards the centre of the page, I think prompts you to adopt some language. You can see that in the centre of the page he says you were not put in there. You see that paragraph?
Sorry?
You were not put in there to be a pussycat?
Oh, yes, yes.
Yes, you can see that.
Yeah.
And the
Graham
interviewer...
has a colourful turn of phrase,
Indeed.
in my experience.
You can see towards the end of that paragraph what he says is, who are you going to crack down on because a bloke like you is not going to sit there and do nothing? Does that mean anyone on the dole has got to look out? And your response is anyone who is trying to rip it off does. Do you see that?
Yes.
Right. The language crack down was obviously suggested to you by the interviewer, but it appears to be language that you were comfortable to adopt at that point.
Well, I didn't use that phrase, I don't believe, as the next paragraph says, and given you make reference to it, I would draw attention to the comments that I made. I said anyone who was trying to rip it off does.
Yes,
That's who I was referring to.
right.
And then I go on to say, anyone who is trying to rip off the welfare system, because every benefit paid is paid by another taxpayer, which is indeed true. On average, an Australian who works is working a whole month to pay for someone else's benefits. That's true. There are a broad range of people that need and deserve our support, I said. Whether those on the age pension have worked hard all their life and had a clear deal that they went through life, that if and when they worked hard, they would be an age pension at the other end. Now, I think retirement incomes have changed a lot since then. I go on to make a range of comments. So I acknowledge both that there are people who are indeed very deserving of the benefits that are paid under the system. There are people who pay for those benefits, which are taxpayers. And there are those, regrettably, in my experience, having been a Minister for Immigration, where I've seen people seek to defraud the immigration system, I've been a Minister for Social Services and seen people seek to defraud the social services system. I have been a Treasurer and I've seen people seek to defraud the tax system. So regrettably, that is an aspect that ministers must be conscious of, and in fact, taxpayers demand that we be so.
The end of that paragraph that you read out in part continues that you say, I think Australians generally are quite happy to have a system that helps people who are genuinely in need and deserve our support.
Correct.
What they won't cop, just like they won't cop people coming in on boats, they are not going to cop people who are going to rort that system. So there does need to be a strong welfare cop on the beat, and I will be certainly looking to do that, but I will be doing that because I want to make sure the system helps the people who need it most.
Correct.
All right. Did that reflect your view as Minister that that was the approach you were going to take in respect of welfare reform?
Yes, and I restate it. I want to make sure this system helps the people who most need it.
At the bottom of the page, after references by Mr Richardson to the National Disability Insurance Scheme, you go on to say, and I'm referring now to the second last line, there are still billions that need to be found to make sure this program actually runs. I see achieving NDIS as one of the worthy goals of going through the hard tasks of reforming the welfare system to ensure that we can accommodate this, because this sort of thing in that social support, in social services, you want to be able to deliver. And at the end of that paragraph, you continue, but you have to find the savings. You have to find the reform that ensures you can accommodate a program that is going to cost more than around $12 billion at the Commonwealth level alone to ensure it can run. I think that is a worthy goal, and that is why worth getting the right reforms so we can achieve it.
Yeah.
You're linking, as I understand it, reforms with the social security system as part of the funding required for the NDIS.
What I'm simply saying, and by the way, that bill is now 50 billion, not 12, when it comes to the NDIS.
Mr Morrison, can I just get you to stick to answering the question a bit more? I do understand that you come from a background where rhetoric's important, but it is necessary to listen to the question and just answer it without extra detail, unnecessary detail,
Happy to
if
help
you
the
could.
Commission.
Thank you.
What you refer to is the responsibility that I had as Minister for Social Services to ensure that that portfolio was exercised in accordance with its legislation, and that there was not payments that were made that were being inappropriately made. And the reason for that is to ensure that the taxpayers' resources were available for those purposes that were very necessary. Now, whether that's the NDIS, and I make that reference deliberately, and still remain of that view. As Social Services Minister, it was my job to ensure that the system was run appropriately, efficiently, and that there were not payments being made that were not supposed to be being made, because that meant there would be lesser resources available for other important objectives of the government. Now, I would say that I had the same objective when I was Minister for Immigration, when I was Treasurer, but as Minister for Social Services, ensuring the efficient operation of that portfolio, that is how I could ensure that I was doing my job to contribute to the broader objectives of the government by ensuring that taxpayers' resources were not being expended inappropriately.
And that is savings achieved by ensuring that would be available for other government programs such as the NDIS. I understand that to be the link you're making here.
Well, let me ask, just to clarify, if you're referring to savings, I assume you're referring to the SIWP program, is that right?
I'm just referring to what you're describing here because the SIWP program didn't exist at this point.
No, it didn't at that time. I wasn't even aware of it at that time at all. But
that's right. You talk about the billions needed to fund the NDIS and welfare reform.
let me be clear about, there are three types, and this is important context, Commissioner, if you indulge me. There are three ways in which the budget can be improved. You can reduce expenditure, you can increase taxes, or you can ensure that you are removing any expenditure that is not appropriate, that is waste, or that is being overpaid above what the legislative arrangements are. Now, in the former case, that may result in a reduction in services by cutting expenditure, reducing a program or abolishing a program. Increasing taxes puts a greater burden on the Australian taxpayer. The third, which is principally what I'm referring to here, was ensuring that money, taxpayers' money being paid out in benefits to individuals who A, may have been seeking to obtain those payments in a nefarious way, or those who are obtaining them by accident. Now, in both cases, ensuring that payments were not made in those circumstances were appropriate ways to tighten the administration of government to ensure that billions of dollars were available to the government, either to give back to taxpayers, it's their money, or to provide to other services.
This cost of the NDIS that you are talking about in this part of the interview is a part of the government's objective or a feature of consideration within the government's objective of arriving at a balanced budget over a number of years.
My reason for drawing attention to the NDIS is, as a minister, one of your tasks is to explain to the public why you are doing something. So why is it important to crack down on fraud, be it in tax, immigration or social services, to ensure that the government is able to direct the resources that are not going off to places they shouldn't and can go to places which they should. And the NDIS was a very good example of one of those worthy purposes, one that I have no doubt that Australians support strongly, and certainly I always have.
A little further down the page, got 0227_0004. You can see the fourth substantive paragraph commencing Minister Morrison. Yeah, look, very good point. You use the phrase cracking down here in the third line in respect of eligibility for getting onto the disability support pension. You can see that?
Yes, that was a big problem.
And your use of strong language reflected, I take it, your strong views about welfare reform and the need to achieve that third category of savings that you outlined to the Commission. That's right?
Yeah.
The following day, you met with Mr. Finn Pratt, and I'll take you to tab 112, exhibit.
This is Finn's notes, is it?
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Pratt's notes.
Tab 112, exhibit 1232.
112, is it?
Tab 112, yes.
Yep.
Volume 3. If
I think you have to get ASD to try and transcribe this. I hope you've done that. It's pretty scratchy, but yes.
Mr. Pratt did when he gave his evidence, but you can see the date 22 January 15, circled on the right-hand side. Just below that, there is written plus childcare integrity, a plus sign, and then the words childcare integrity, colon, and below that, welfare cop, according to Mr. Pratt's interpretation of his writing.
Correct.
Again, that language, welfare cop, was probably something you said to Mr. Pratt in the course of the meeting, with him conveying what you've described earlier to Mr. Richardson as your position as minister.
It was one of my many responsibilities, yes, and that's how I colloquially described it. Often I'm the son of a police officer.
And for completeness in the preparation of your evidence, you've identified a diary entry for Thursday, 22 January 2015 for a meeting with Mr. Pratt and Deputy Secretary Serena Wilson between 9:30 and 10:30 that day.
Yeah, I understand that's correct.
Yes. Again, if you want to see the exhibit.
No, I'm familiar with the documents. And, yeah.
We move forward in time. We know that you received the executive minute, or rather your office.
Did you want to ask me anything further about that meeting, or?
No, not at all.
At this point? Okay, fine.
Moving forward in time, you know that your office received the executive minute on the 12th of February 2015, and it was reviewed by you and apparently signed on the 20th of February 2015.
Correct.
Before getting into the detail of that minute, can I deal with some more media
Oh, yes.
subsequently? I'm turning now to the 25th of February 2015. This is an address at the Press Club, and the point that I'm wishing to...
What tab are you referring to?
60. The point I'm wishing to highlight is Minister Payne's significant involvement in the process with you.
Yes.
Exhibit 2603, RBD.9999.0001.0213.
Yes.
See at the bottom of the page, addressed to the National Press Club, inverted commas, the best form of welfare, 25 February 2015.
Yes.
So about 5 days after you've signed the executive minute.
Correct.
And it is a lengthy speech, at least in terms of the pages. But the point I wish to make firstly is that Senator Payne was present, according to the third line on the second page.
Yes. As was the parliamentary, they called them assistant ministers at that time. Yeah.
Yes, that is Mr Fifield, your assistant minister.
There was assistant minister, both Mitch Fifield and Connie Fierravanti-Wells.
And if we
as
go
the
then,
parliamentary secretary.
go then to the next page, the third paragraph commences in advancing many welfare reforms.
Yep.
Perhaps if that could be called out.
Yep.
You refer to the concept of welfare reform, and you've described your position as minister about that.
Mm.
And indeed, you've referred also to the question of the ICT systems, I think the WPIT program you referred to earlier.
That's what I was principally referring to, yeah.
Yes. And you refer there to the concept of a major haul, which might be a major overhaul of our service delivery and ICT
No, it's a
systems.
transcript error, I suspect.
Yes. You give Minister Payne credit here for leading the charge on this since taking up the job after we were elected, and she's been doing an extraordinary job.
She always did.
And I just pause there. It's 5 days since you've signed the executive minute with a range of information to you and proposals, some of which you've indicated you wish to proceed, some agreements you've made with the information. What are you referring to here in terms of the role Minister Payne had in leading the charge in respect of service delivery and ICT systems, that overhaul?
Whippet program.
The Whippet program. Did you understand that she had a role in drafting or developing her department's executive minute?
I assumed she would have.
Yes. That is, it would be natural for you at that point to expect that you received the minute after it had been considered by
That was my assumption.
Senator Payne.
Did you talk about it before you got it? Do you know?
I don't recall so, no. I should stress at this point that this was a proposal under development. The proposal at this point had not yet been finalised.
Certainly, I'm just
There was
talking
no
about-
decision at this point for a submission even to ultimately be taken to Cabinet. There was certainly, I have said in my response to the memorandum, and if I go to that first
Well, I think you're wandering a bit, because all I'd asked was, had you talked about it before you got it? So perhaps if we leave it to Mr Gregory to see.
I apologise, Commissioner. I was sort of actually going back to the question that the council was putting.
I'll leave it to Mr Gregory to ask it again, or ask whichever.
You don't recall conversations with Senator Payne about the process in the lead up to 20
No, I don't.
February?
No, the principal discussions I'd been having with Minister Payne at that time related to the Whippet program. This was the dominating aspect of her portfolio at that time.
Again, it's later in the piece, but I'm sticking with the theme of the role played by Minister Payne in the portfolio. In the same volume, can I ask you to turn to tab 73? Exhibit...
So just so I'm sure, clear, in relation to your earlier question on that speech to the press club,
Yes.
to the best of my knowledge, I make no reference to what ultimately became the SIWP program.
Oh yes, I wasn't suggesting that. What I'm
That's important because what I set out in that speech were the key priorities I was focusing on as Minister for Social Services, what I was advancing. And that did not include in that speech the SIWP program. That was still a program under development at the initiation of the Department of Human Services at that point.
Yes, what I'm referring to is a repeat of your position about the importance of welfare reform.
Absolutely.
Involving a major overhaul of service delivery and ICT systems.
Yeah. And I was referring to Whippet.
And Minister Payne's significant involvement in that, it seems.
With Whippet.
I can take you then to Exhibit 2600, tab 73 in the same volume. This is later in the year, but it sticks with the theme of Senator Payne's involvement.
Yes.
You go to the page .0226_0002, you can see that this is an interview on 14 September 2015.
Yes, I assume we're not going to be dealing with the introductory comments.
We are not.
You have little interest to the Commission, I'm sure.
And the particular portion I wish to take up with you, Mr Morrison, is at page 7 of 8 in the bottom right corner, .0226_0006 in the top right corner.
Yeah, I'm just checking the date of this again. So this was on the
14 September 2015.
September, okay, yes.
This would be shortly before
Yes.
your appointment to the...
Treasury portfolio. Yep.
Thank you. You can see about a third of the way down, Minister Morrison, well in the last budget. If that paragraph could be called out, that's the paragraph that I'd invite you to read.
Yes.
Now you are crediting Senator Payne here, effectively as the junior minister, I understand, as being jointly involved with you in the welfare reform process, which was announced in the budget measure in...
Well, of course. The Minister and I issued a joint statement following the budget relating to all of those measures.
You say, I have got to commend Marise Payne. She is all over this, all over it, as you might expect.
Well, she was responsible as Minister for Human Services for the Department of Human Services implementation of that program.
And that's consistent with your understanding that she, or your assumption that she would have been involved in at least reviewing the executive minute before it came to you.
Well, no, you're asking me about something I said in September 2015.
I am.
And so at that time, the measure had now been adopted by Cabinet, was now government policy, and the measure was commenced in a pilot phase on the 1st of July and had been running through to September. So the comments I'm making now relate to the implementation of a budget measure which the Minister had responsibility for as the Minister for Human Services.
Yes. All I'm suggesting to you is that throughout the year there was close collaboration between yourself and Senator Payne about the strengthening the integrity of the welfare payment proposal, even though it was not described as that in the executive minute, but was described as that in the new policy proposal for budget consideration, and then was made a budget measure and then was implemented by her department.
That's not unreasonable.
No, okay.
We both had our roles in relation to the measure and both performed them.
And consistent with her role, I take it you assumed or expected that she would have not only involvement in the executive minute in some degree, but also involvement in the development of the new policy proposal.
Well, that's my assumption, and based on both the Minister's statement to the Commission and the various documents that you've assembled, that seems to be borne out by that.
And I might take you to a document which seems to bear that out. It is in volume 1, tab 9, exhibit 2563, DSS.7000001.0977_R.
So tab 9, what?
Tab 9, yes.
Yeah. Yes.
An email from Ms Megan Lees, Senator Payne's Chief of Staff, to Mr Charles Wan, W-A-N-N.
He was my senior advisor at the time.
At this point in time, although it's redacted, he had an email address which was ended dss.gov.au. Does that suggest he was at that point a departmental liaison officer?
No, as I just said, he was my senior advisor.
Right, okay.
But I'm not, it says it's redacted here.
Yes.
Are we allowed to refer to redacted, Commissioner?
Well, I
material?
think it's just for privacy. The email addresses have been removed generally, but what Mr Gregory is saying to you, he had a DSS email
Oh, right,
address,
okay.
which
No, I
might suggest he was associated with the
I want to be
department.
careful not to transgress your ruling.
Well, this is not so much my ruling. In fact, it's not part of my ruling. It's just simply not giving people's phone numbers and email addresses.
Just want to be careful to treat the
So that's
redacted
fine.
material appropriately.
Okay, but what Mr Gregory is saying is that it is a DSS email address.
Yeah, to members of Minister's staff, indeed I had a DSS email address. So that's not uncommon.
Okay, well, that seems a simple answer then. Thank you.
The date is Tuesday, 3 March 2015. The attachment is Strengthening the Integrity of Welfare Payments New Policy Proposal. And the email refers to a discussion between Senator Payne's Chief of Staff and your senior advisor about the NPP that had been developed in regards to the compliance package, which will be forwarded to DSS for inclusion in your ED version for the portfolio budget submission. Pausing there, ED is exposure draft.
Yes.
That is the first round of circulation of policy proposals in the budget process. Thank you.
I should note that just prior to that, because I think this is relevant, the context, that days before we had, on review of the documents, Charles Wan had also received a version of the full the full portfolio budget submission, PBS, which had some 51 measures in it. And at that time, there was still a placeholder on the SIWP measure.
Yes.
So at that point, so the relevance of this is to say the full, that measure, which was not in the previous draft, is now here and prepared by Human Services.
Yes, that's right. This was the first time the draft NPP arrived in your office, to your knowledge. Yes. And it reflected a relatively short time frame between your signing of the executive minute on 20 February and the development of the new policy proposal by 3.
No, look, in my experience, I wouldn't necessarily call that a tight time frame.
All right.
In government, things can often move at a reasonable pace. That would not have surprised me for things to have moved at that pace. I certainly recall, as Prime Minister, things moving at a much faster pace during the pandemic, as necessity required.
The 2 points here are you'd given your note on the executive minute to proceed or progress with pursue.
Pursue. I didn't say proceed. I think that's an important distinction.
All right. And That is your affirmation for the process to continue in broad terms?
There was a process ongoing, and that's what they recommended to do. They recommended in that minute to further work with the Department of Social Services. What was represented in that executive minute was not a definitive position. It was a status of where the project was at that time.
And in order for it to continue, it required you to mark the document in a particular way.
What do you mean?
Well, if you didn't say to progress it, then it would not have been progressed. That is, it wouldn't have continued to roll along towards a new policy proposal.
Of course, but pursue does not mean agree. Pursue does not mean I now authorise this as being the position. It says pursue, which means people should keep working on it and deal and resolve any issues that need to be resolved in finalising a submission, and to do that in accordance with what is a very exhaustive cabinet process. I mean, the cabinet process is built to ensure that ministers can have confidence that when submissions come before it, that those checks and balances have been applied through the workings of the public service in how submissions are prepared.
And again, it reflects not only a time frame between the signing of the executive minute and the date that the first version of the new policy proposal is prepared, but it also confirms what I understand you to say earlier, that Minister Payne was involved in this process as well because it emanated...
In the executive minute?
I mean in the new policy proposal.
I can only assume that.
That's right, because it emanated from her office.
Well, it emanated from the Department of Human Services. That's where this measure was initiated, and she was the Minister responsible for Human Services. And indeed, when the matter would be considered in Cabinet, then, as your own documents show, and as we discovered, which was my recollection, obviously the Minister was present, as was the Secretary, Ms Campbell.
That's right, we'll come to that. All I'm suggesting is not that it didn't come from DHS initially, but that it came to you from Senator Payne, reflecting her involvement in the development of the NPP, to your understanding.
Based on those documents, I think that's reasonable. There's nothing, I mean, if there's a document that says that it came to me from DHS, then that wouldn't necessarily surprise me, but I'm not aware of such a document. So yes, it's not uncommon that the non-cabinet minister in the portfolio area's office would be the one always engaging with their department, and therefore the communication on behalf of the department through to me would have occurred through the minister's office. That's not unusual.
Yes. The next tab is tab 10, exhibit 2564, DSS.700.001.0978.
Yes.
That's the attachment as
That's the that's the NPP. Yeah.
The draft NPP, in what you understood was its first form in which your office received it.
Correct.
Do you recall reviewing that following receipt on the 3rd of March?
Well, I refer you to my statement. If I go to the statement, I think I say that I don't at that time.
Okay.
So I just refer you to my statement. That's not to say I didn't, but I don't recall specifically. This was quite a long period of time, and there was 51 NPPs in that submission.
I think I see it in item 8 in chronology 1, Mr Morrison. Is that what you're talking about?
Thank you, Commissioner.
Which is on page 8.
Yes. I do not have any recollection of directly receiving or reviewing the NPP, although it may have been reviewed by my office staff and the DSS at or about this time. But I note there that it did not refer to the existence of any legal risks and noted that legislation was not required in the NPP due diligence checklist.
Would you have expected your staff to make you aware that the final proposal for the portfolio submission had been received?
Oh, I'm sure it would have come up that the submission, that item was now in the document. And I suspect they did. At some point, I couldn't tell you when though. And it may have been that at about that time I may have had the opportunity to review it. I'm just trying to be very careful not to assert things that I can't directly recollect.
Moving now to the executive minute topic,
Yeah.
but don't go to it first. I want to deal with a couple of documents which surround it. The first is in volume 3, exhibit 2652, tab 118.
118.
Before I get into the specifics of the email at the bottom, just to set the scene, Mr Morrison, you'll recall that the executive minute comprised some 17 pages.
Let me just check.
Certainly.
Yeah. Which includes the attachments, I think.
That's right.
Yep.
Attachments A and attachments B. This is an email at the bottom half of the page dated 23 February 2015, 3 days after the date of your signature appears on the minute, from Marg Park, an Assistant Director at Parliamentary Services, to the Deputy Secretary of DHS, referring to the fact that you had signed the brief. It was attached as a scan, and that the signed brief would be returned as soon as it is received from Parliamentary Services. Please note, Minister Morrison has kept attachment B, hence only pages 1 to 11 of the brief have been returned.
Regular. Occasionally I would do that.
And can you outline the circumstances in which you might keep sections of the brief and for what purpose?
Just to refer and to read more carefully after an initial read. And the normal practice is that would then be usually destroyed. It's not uncommon, and I did that on a number of occasions over the course of many portfolios. You get a large amount of paperwork, and sometimes you want to take further opportunity.
All right. The next document that we have that surrounds the minute is over at tab 139, exhibit 2268. Now, this is a much more recent email, and it relates to searches undertaken by a Mr Flavel in the preparation of statutory declarations dated 4 December 2022 and 7 December 22. That is
This is one of the documents that were put on the list just late last night, is that
That's
right?
right. I think it was only received late last night, yes. But it involved a further search for the missing pages. That was the topic to which Mr Flavel was tasked.
Yes.
And what was produced, according to this document, is a full version, that is a complete version of the minute, although there is some commentary which attaches to the email. If I could have exhibit 2268 brought up, although
Yeah.
it might be not yet in the system, at least you have the email before you, Mr Morrison. The email communicates that in the course of Mr Flavel finalising his statement of 4 December 2022, DSS did in fact locate a copy of the 12 February 2015 brief returned by Mr Morrison with all 17 pages present. It was...
I'm pleased they did.
I don't think that's the exhibit. That could be taken down. The note says, we note two things.
I know the one you've got. I've got it in front of me. Yep.
You've got it in front of you, yes, but not everyone can see it because it's not on the screen, so
Oh,
I'll
okay.
just read out the detail. We note two things about the document. The document bears highlighting. DSS is unable to say who made those highlights, and pages 12 to 17 are not marked up in black pen the way that pages 1 to 11 are. And it's possible the brief was reconstructed back in DSS. That is, the last 6 pages taken from the brief as sent to Minister Morrison and attached to this copy after it was written.
So if I understand that correctly, what you're saying is what they've found is what they believed to be attachment B.
Yes, all we can go on is the information that was provided through Mr Flavel and DSS through the solicitors assisting DSS.
I know Mr Flavel, and I'm sure he would have done that process exhaustively.
Yes.
But I'm really not in a position to say whether what they think was attachment B was in fact the attachment B they gave me. It's impossible for me to know.
That's all right. We can produce, I think, the full 17 pages as it was signed by Ms Golightly and forwarded to your office. But before I come to that, my concern...
I'm not sort of contending it necessarily. I know what attachment A said because that was part of the process in assembling documents. But happy to answer questions in relation to attachment B if you wish.
Certainly. There are, on the question of highlighting, 2 versions of the minute, and I'll have them brought up on the screen because I need to ask you to clarify what you can recall about it. Yeah. In the bundles before you, if you would like to look at hard copies, could you take up bundle 2 or volume 2 at tab 35? It is exhibit 1238, CTH.
What tab?
35.
35, thank you.
Yes. It is exhibit 1238, CTH.0031.0002.001. Thank you. Now, for completeness, Mr Morrison, this is only pages 1 to 11 of a version of the document.
Yes.
All right. And I'd also ask you to maintain the place at tab 140 in volume 3 of the hard copy bundles before you. But I'd ask that that document also be placed on the screen.
Might just look at, I've got a few more many things open here, but yep.
Exhibit 2269 DSS.5077.0001.0037.
Yes.
Just wait for that to come up on the screen. I think it will be easier to do it in a side-by-side sense.
Sure. Well, I've got the one from, what's this? That's
Perhaps
bundle,
that's being
bundle 3, so you're saying the other one you're looking at is in bundle
bundle 2.
Okay, what's that one?
Tab 35.
Yeah, okay, I've got that.
Got that? Now, on the front page,
Yes.
you'll see on the one before you, which is on the screen, Exhibit 1238, ending 0001, your signature is redacted, but the date of February 2015 is there beside the blacked out box. Otherwise, they appear to be identical copies of the markings made on the front page.
Yeah.
All right. I'm not suggesting there's any difference between them. They appear to be identical copies of the same document, although there is highlighting which is different between them. So again, if I could get you to turn to the second page in volume 3. Particularly paragraph 9 and the second page of volume 2.
Yes.
Paragraph 9. There they are on the screen.
Yeah.
And if we could get
Something different on the screen, but I know what I'm looking at here, yeah.
yes, so the 2 documents are there. The first difference appears to be that in paragraph 9 of the exhibit 1238, there is no highlighting on 9, but in the other document, 2269, there's highlighting in paragraph 9. Otherwise, it appears that the markings which are made with a pen are identical.
Yeah, but as I said in my statement, I can't tell you who made those markings. I have no idea.
There's two separate points here, Mr Morrison. One is the pen markings and one is the highlighting.
I
This
couldn't tell you
document,
who did either.
this document you haven't seen in any detail before, I don't think, because it was the 17 pages which only came through very recently. And so I'm just going to give you the opportunity to make your comments about the highlighting questions by a comparison.
Well, I can't really offer any comment as to say who made the highlights or for what purpose. And I can't conclude that I made them, and I don't think there's anything here to suggest whether I made them or not. I just don't think that can be concluded.
In the document on the left,
These documents pass through many hands.
I understand that, I understand that, but it's important you understand that the position be clear for the Commission.
I understand.
All right. And so I just want to take you through the process, that's all. Paragraph 15 in the document on the left contains some highlighting.
Yes.
Exhibit 1, 2, 3, 8. You can see that. That doesn't appear in the other document.
Yes.
All right. Otherwise, the markings appear to be the same. Again, if we go to page 5 of 17, that's 0005 of the document on the left, under the heading Regulatory Impacts and Sensitivity.
Yes.
Again, you can see some highlighting which appears on that version, which is not present in the more recent copy.
Yes.
We go to page 7 of 17 on the left document, 1238. You'll see a difference there in the topic of administrative sanctions. Page 9 of 17, dot 0009.
There seems to be a difference between the use of a highlighter pen and an underline. Is that what you're drawing my attention to?
I'm drawing your attention to the difference in highlighting.
But from what I'm seeing is the only difference is the underlinings seem to be the same, but the difference is the highlighting.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay.
That's what I'm drawing your attention to. And if we go to page 0010 on the left and 0046 on the right, we get to the point which is the systematic cleanup of existing error and non-compliance, operation XXXX2, item 7 in the brief or the executive minute. You can again see differences in highlighting, although the marking, the underlining and the circling is identical. Now, you've indicated, Mr Morrison, that these briefs pass through many hands before they get to you within your office.
And they go back.
Yes. Let's just deal with it step by step. The hands that they pass through before they get to you include advisors in your office. Anyone else?
It'd be odd for a DLO to mark a document,
Yes.
but it's not impossible.
Not impossible. A DLO may see a document, that is a brief
Well, they'd
before it
certainly
goes
see
to
it,
you,
yeah.
yes. But it would be unusual.
Department liaison officer.
That's right, it's within their scope.
They handle all the to and fro of documents between the department and the minister's office.
So you have your DLOs and you have your advisors.
The advisors,
You would
correct?
expect that all of them would view a brief, or at least some of them would.
A number of them would. Yeah.
A number of them would, and that might depend on the nature of the brief, its significance relatively to other matters, the division of work in the office, a number of variables. And it would be uncommon, as you said, for a DLO to mark a brief up for you, but I take it normal or unsurprising if an advisor marked a brief up to draw your attention to something.
Correct.
All right. In this particular position that you held with Mr. Wan as your senior advisor, can you recall that he would, from time to time mark a brief up to draw your attention to particular features of it that were relevant to his role to you?
Yes,
Would he do that with highlighting, do you recall?
I don't recall.
You don't recall? What about underlining?
Don't recall.
Okay. And in terms of you reviewing the brief, did you mark up briefs from time to time to draw your own attention to matters that you thought were significant?
I don't recall. It's not impossible. I mean, that's a fairly normal thing for one to do.
I expect so.
But whether I used a pen or a highlighter or didn't,
You can't say.
I can't say. I had no normal practice.
There was no normal practice, right. After the brief arrives at you and then it's on the way back to the department, it would be uncommon, I suggest, for someone then to mark it up within
No,
the
not
office?
necessarily.
No?
No, I mean, they may have done so to highlight particular actions, or I can't say what they would have done with the document when it got back to the department.
All right.
I mean, it's quite possible all of those markings were done at that level, but
You can't say.
I'm not suggesting that. I'm just saying I don't know.
Okay. To be clear though, the markings that we are talking about here are underlining and highlighting, which appear to be done for emphasis rather than
I can't tell you why they were done because I don't know who did them.
the circling of options that are agreed or disagreed or matters or decision made.
I can tell you absolutely that at the start of that brief, that I circled agreed, and that was in relation to pursuing, not endorsing particular measures and seeking further discussion on items, and that I signed that brief on the 20th of February of 2015. Now, it was my practice as an immigration minister, as a treasurer, and as a prime minister, that if I wished to convey any additional messages to the department, then I would have actually written under where I signed. That was my normal practice. If I was communicating something to the department, that is what I would do.
To take you up on that example and
I did not do on this occasion.
your practice, if you wanted an advice on legislative change as a result of what you read in this minute, you would have made a note about that under that box on that first page.
Correct.
Right. Is that a convenient time?
Yes, we will come back at 22. Thank you.
All rise. The Commission stands adjourned until 11:40. The Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Yes, Mr Gregory.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Mr Morrison, you adverted earlier to only having pages 1 to 11 of the executive minute, I think at the time you prepared your statements. That's right? Did I understand you correctly? Yes, okay. Now you have the balance. Just so that there's no misunderstanding about it, the Commission had produced to it from the Department of Human Services the minute as it was prepared for forwarding to both your office and Senator Payne's office. I understand that there are hard copies of the document available, which can be... Has he got it? Oh, sorry.
Is that right? Good. Sorry, apologies. Is that tab 140?
No, I'll just hand you two hard copies.
Oh, okay.
They are exhibits 2028 and 2029.
Thank you.
Oh, there they are on the screen.
Yeah. Right, so this is unsigned.
Unsigned by you, but signed by Ms Golightly.
Right.
And so I just wanted you to identify, or draw to your attention rather, that there is an email from persons within DHS, Mr Withnell, to others, dated Thursday, 12 February 2015, with an attachment of B15125, Deputy Secretary signed brief.
Yeah. One that says, here is hopefully the final signed version of the compliance brief.
That's right. And the attachment, which is exhibit 2029, you have in hard copy there, and it is also on the screen ending .2506. And if we go to page...
Are there any material differences between this document and the ones that you've contained in the tender bundle of documents?
Mr Morrison, better if you just wait for the
Oh, okay,
questioning.
sorry.
Page 4 of 17 of the attachment, in exhibit 2029, you can see Ms Golightly's signature appears there with the date of 12 February 2015, and that the balance of the document runs through for the full 17 pages, including attachment B.
Yes.
You can? Yes. Although you haven't seen that document before, I'm...
Well, other than what is been previously provided?
Yes, to be more accurate, that version of the document.
Not this version, no.
Yes. Before,
I'm unaware of the difference between this document and the ones that you've already provided me.
the only difference is that your signature appears on the ones that you've seen.
Oh, okay, well, that clarifies things.
Thank you. If we could go then to exhibit 2269, you can put those copies to one side, Mr Morrison. I won't take you back to them. And this is behind tab 140
Right, yep.
in volume 3, which is the 17 pages which have been signed and marked by you, at least to some extent.
Well, I can only say they were marked by me
Yes.
in relation to my response in the response box at the top of page 1 and my signature and date.
And do you also, as I understand your statement, accept that throughout the document where the options of pursue, do not pursue and
Oh, yes,
please
yes, 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 yes.
you include that, yes. So the recommendations from the department in the minute are set out as 1, 2 and 3 there. The first is that you agree to the development of a package of new policy proposals to strengthen the integrity of welfare payments being developed as outlined in attachment A. You agreed with that recommendation?
To bring forward the development of a package, yes.
Yes. And that...
Contents of that were to be developed and determined.
That's right, yes. But this is your agreement to the next stage of the process in anticipation of
Correct.
the budget?
Correct.
Yes.
Which only a Cabinet Minister can do, to bring forward a submission to Cabinet. Yeah.
That's right. And the second recommendation was that you agree to the Department of Human Services continuing to work with DSS to progress consideration of additional policy and legislative changes in relation to payment integrity as outlined in attachment A. You agreed with that?
Correct, that is the normal process that departments would consult with each other and deal with any issues that needed to be developed, resolved, to finalise submission, to bring both to Minister for Human Services and ultimately to me, who was the one who had to make the submission to Cabinet.
And you also agreed with the third recommendation that you note the current arrangements in attachment B.
Yes.
Now, in your statement, and correct me if I'm wrong, I understand what you say is that this document was the first principal source of information about the proposal that ultimately became the budget measure, strengthening the, that's right?
Yes.
And so what's contained within it reflects
Where it was at that time,
the high water mark of your knowledge at this particular point.
the only knowledge.
And as the document, as is clear on the face of the document, at the bottom of page 1, paragraph 3b, option XXXX2 relates to the systematic cleanup of existing error and low-level non-compliance.
Yes.
Right? And that was item 7 as it was described in attachment A. We'll come to that shortly.
Yes.
But the options heading continues over to page 2 of 17.0038 and paragraphs 9, 10 and 11, I suggest, reflect what you were agreeing to in recommendation 2 on the first page.
Well, no, I'll stop you there. Again, agreeing is not the action. Agreeing was only to the development of a package, the contents of which as yet had not been agreed to. What was agreed here, as it notes in paragraph 11, is that the department continues working with the DSS to undertake the above analysis and develop a package of policy and legislative changes for you to take forward. That's all it agreed to, that further work be done. This was not determined at this point, and nothing gets to the even stage of it being considered by Cabinet until I raise the matter with the Prime Minister. And from this point all the way through to that, there is the opportunity for the Minister not to proceed with that new policy proposal. So we were not at any stage at this point of proceeding authoritatively with this measure.
Yes, I don't think I suggested that at all to you, Mr Morrison.
Making sure it's very clear where we were at this point.
Yes, you've given evidence about it on a number of occasions. I'm relating the specific paragraphs of the document to the action you took in respect of recommendation 2. You understand the question? And is your answer yes?
You might want to restate it.
All right. In recommendation 2, you agreed that the DHS continued to work with DSS to progress consideration of additional policy and legislative changements relating to payment integrity as outlined in attachment A.
Correct.
And paragraphs relevant to your endorsement or agreement, as it's reflected in recommendation 2, are paragraphs 9, 10 and 11, which refer to policy and legislative considerations.
Yes, and it refers to undertake the above analysis and continuing to work with the DSS.
Now, when you read paragraph 9, you saw there that DSS advised some of the proposals may have significant implications for social security policy and legislation and would need to be assessed as to their consistency with the policy directions being pursued for all payments under welfare reform and the government's commitment to reduce regulatory burden. Yeah. Do you recall what you understood to be communicated there beyond that form of words?
Was not uncommon that an early stage in my experience of new policy proposals, that departments would flag potential issues, and that's what I simply noted that to be, that there would be issues that need to be worked through here and brought to some finality in terms of advice to government. And so I noted that there are issues that they had to work through, and so when I read paragraph 11, I was comfortable that those issues would then be worked through between DSS and DHS in forming a definitive position to put to government.
Paragraph 11 refers to the development of a package of policy and legislative changes for you to take forward. It's clear that there wasn't a package of policy or legislative changes developed as that paragraph seems to describe it.
Correct.
Did you ask any questions about why that was the case?
Well, what came back at the end of that process was a cabinet submission from the department that said no legislation was required. And so to answer the question, with Commissioner's indulgence, can I refer you to the evidence that was provided by Ms Wilson and Mr Flavel? I'm referring to Exhibit 1213, which is the supplementary statement of Serena Judith Wilson. And in that statement, at paragraphs 25B through to D, she recounts a process by which there was engagement between her as DSS and DHS about the nature of the issues that they were seeking to resolve and what was ultimately included in the submission. Now, that indicates that they did discuss it, they did work it through, and they did come to a view in their formal advice that legislation was not required. And that is what was contained in the cabinet submission that was drafted by the department. There was no information that, had there been such information, I would have expected that to be brought to my attention, which it certainly was not, in terms of the legal advice that's been the subject of this Royal Commission. Ms Wilson herself gave evidence to say that that was never relayed to me as Minister. And in the documents that you have, and in my own statement, you will know that it is in May of 2020, there was a specific reference made in that submission where the department made very clear that at no time, from this time all the way through to the time of that advice from the Solicitor General ultimately being provided to the government, had the department ever relayed any issue, despite multiple opportunities over multiple budget submissions over multiple years, that there was any legal question in the department's mind. And I've referred to Matt Flavel's advice, supplementary statement, or statement I should say, on Exhibit 0837, where he recounts the following of the process that went through after that executive minute. And I refer to paragraph 87. It says, the material which I've reviewed to date indicates to me that the department gave consideration to the issue of legislative amendment in relation to the SIWP NPP, noting that key areas requiring legislative change were then still at scoping study status. That's what he's referring to as the status of what their view was when that memorandum was provided. And then in B, he says, subsequently appeared to have formed the view that no legislative change was required and that the program was operating in line with legislative arrangements. Now, that was the view of my department, and that was a view that I had no reason to question.
You've effectively made submissions on the evidence, Mr Morrison, rather than giving evidence. But you seem very familiar with the exhibits. You've gone through everything, have you?
Well, I take this commission very seriously, Commissioner.
Yes, okay. Mr Gregory?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Mr Morrison, my question was not really about what you had discovered in your preparation for evidence about the conduct of others. It was, did you ask any question about why that package of policy and legislative changes was not produced?
No, and that was because I had confidence in my department, as I had instructed in that earlier memorandum, that any of these issues were to be resolved. And they were. And the clear advice given to me, and the advice, therefore, to the Expenditure Review Committee of Cabinet, was very explicit. There was no legislation required. Now, the Cabinet process, in my experience, it is not a small matter for a department to include, and I refer you to the NPP proposal, which I think is set out at item paragraph on the tab 36, which is PMC 0002017. Now, if you go to the last page there,
Mr Morrison, I'm not going to the last page. I've asked a
I'm just
question,
simply
you've given an
answering your
answer.
question.
But you already have, Mr Morrison.
well, the
The answer's no. You've given your answer.
yeah, because no legislation was required. That was the clear advice from the department, included in a cabinet checklist titled NPP Due Diligence Checklist, for which secretaries hold very significant responsibilities. And their advice was that no legislation was required.
So that would be Mr Pratt and Ms Campbell you're talking about, is it?
Correct.
In preparation for this evidence and having looked at the draft attachment provided to Mr Wan of your office on 3 March 2015, you'll note also that that draft checklist had the word no next to the question, is any legislation required?
Correct.
Right? It's important to distinguish between who provides advice here and your reference to clear advice. The draft of the
By the department.
Mr Morrison, please, just listen to the question.
The draft NPP provided by Senator Payne's or through Senator Payne's Chief of Staff on 3 March 2015 adopted a particular position in respect of that question. Now, you can't recall seeing that, but you don't categorise that position as advice from DHS.
I do.
You do?
Yes.
But you can't confirm that you ever saw it.
You asked me whether, in that document, whether the no that relates to whether legislation required constituted advice from the department. And my answer to that is it does constitute advice from the department.
And my question
From
was
the
whether
3rd
you
of March,
Mr Morrison,
that was the view
please,
of,
please,
that was
Mr
the view of the
Morrison.
department.
My question was not, is that advice from the department? My question was whether you considered that draft NPP as advice from the department. And you never saw it. So I take it your answer is you're unable to answer that.
Well, no, my answer is any draft NPP that was being circulated for coordination comment that included an entry on the due diligence checklist, which was completed by the department, then that information would have been provided by the department, and it was reasonable for ministers to take that as advice.
Yes, the department you're referring to here is DHS,
Correct.
not DSS.
Correct?
In your earlier answer, you referred to clear advice from the department, which I understand to be DSS.
Well, it is both, as the Commissioner pointed out. But on top of that, when the submission was finalised, which was the complete portfolio budget submission, that also required concurrence of the Department of Social Services and the Secretary of the Department of Social Services to effectively authenticate that position.
Because of its responsibilities under the Administrative Arrangements Orders.
Correct.
Right. Again, you may take it that we are going to go through these documents in sequence.
Happy to.
The last 10 minutes has been consumed because the simple answer no to my question about did you ask why these things weren't provided to you has strayed off in other areas which we will come to. You can be assured you will get every opportunity to address the contents of the final new policy proposal, including the due diligence checklist.
I'm available to the Commission.
Well, you might not be available tomorrow,
No,
and if we keep
I will be
spending time
available
like
tomorrow
this,
if need
it
be.
will take considerable time.
I'm happy to be available tomorrow and the day after.
All right. In paragraph 9, in the context where the Department of Human Services is flagging to you that some of
Document are we referring to, Council?
the same document my original question was about,
say
tab 140,
Executive minute.
yes, in the context of the department flagging to you that some of the proposals may have significant implications for social security policy and legislation and would need to be assessed. Did you understand at that time that if you recommended the progression of a new policy proposal, that any legislative change required to implement it could not, in a practical sense, be achieved prior to 1 July 2015?
Not necessarily the date, but to advance this proposal, if it required legislation, then I expected to see, as a result of the instruction I gave to pursue this matter, that any such proposals for legislation would be brought forward to me.
My question is, in a practical sense, if it required legislative change, did you appreciate that could not be achieved for an implementation date of 1 July 2015? Given the timeframe.
No, I wouldn't say that because, I mean, if you're able to get it legislated by that time, well, that would have enabled the pilot program. But it's not clear to me on recollection that the legislation would have been necessary to pursue a pilot program because the use of income averaging and the use of computation goes back to 1989 and had been done over many governments. So it's not clear to me that the July 1 date you're referring to, even on what's before me now, any legislation they may have been referring to at that time would have required completion by that date, noting that when the scheme was introduced, there was a 12-month pilot program, and then there was a 3-month soft introduction pilot before it was ultimately introduced in September of 2016. So that's a good 15 months. And it may have been the case, if legislation was required, had they formed that view, that the legislation may only have been required to be passed by at least July 1, 2016. But that's speculative, it's hypothetical, as the department did not recommend that legislation was required.
Can I just ask you, you understood averaging was this process of dividing annual income by 26 if it were for a year. And so what you're saying is that if they needed to start that in a pilot program on the 1st of July, they'd been doing it before, and so they would be able to do that. You wouldn't need to get the legislation.
No, they'd been doing it for at least 20 years.
Right, so you weren't concerned about a need for legislation in respect of averaging?
Well, no one was suggesting that. And if I go back to the time, as I said, this may come up in other questions and I don't want to divert, and I would like counsel to be able to remain on his line of questioning, but I can, if asked. Since 1989, this was established, and the use of computers, the use of income averaging was followed by numerous governments over decades. And when I met, in particular, in January with stakeholders, not just the Secretary of the Department of Human Services, but many stakeholders, including ACOS, and I worked quite closely with ACOS in the lead up to that budget, particularly on the pension reform initiatives.
Right, don't get diverted.
Sorry, I take your guidance. My point was that no stakeholder was raising any concern about income averaging being used by the department, including in this method, and that was borne out when the measure was announced in the budget, that ACOS themselves at the time, and indeed the Labor opposition at the time, made no mention of it as it being in any way extraordinary or improper. And so any assumption that at the time of February, March of 2015, and indeed in May, that things that later would come into practice and become apparent was apparent back then I don't think that can be maintained.
I understand the lengthy answers that you've given to be effectively this, that as at the date you signed this minute, 20 February 2015, you considered that it was possible to achieve legislative change for an implementation date of 1 July 2015 if that was required.
No, I didn't say that.
Well, my question was, could it happen in a practical sense?
No. Well, if I misunderstood your question, I apologise. But what I understood your question to be...
Let's not go there.
Well, it helps me answer your question.
No, you'll be answering something you've assumed I've asked.
Okay, well...
It's better that I ask it again, Mr. Morrison.
Let's go again.
In a practical sense, if this required legislative change to introduce it on 1 July 2015, could that be achieved in that timeframe?
Well, it wasn't my view that it did require practical legislation by July 1, 2015. The question's hypothetical.
Yes.
It wasn't a matter.
But everything was hypothetical because you're looking into the future at this point, and I'm asking about what you're
The
projecting.
contention of the question is that the recommendation, or not the recommendation, the discussion in this executive minute was that legislation would be required based on what they're saying here by July 1, 2015. It does not say that. It does not say that at all. So I don't know on what basis you think it would have needed to be in place had legislation be required by July 1, 2015. I just can't connect those two dots.
My question is, you read a document which flags for you that legislative change may be required to implement a measure.
Right?
There's no dispute with me so far.
Well, they were flagging this, which is not uncommon in my experience, that such issues would be flagged early in a policy proposal.
My question to you is, having that flagged to you, did you appreciate at that point that if the measure needed to be introduced on 1 July 2015 and required legislative change, whether that could be achieved in a practical sense? It is, what's your state of mind at this
It wasn't in
point?
my consideration because I had
Okay.
no knowledge at that time, based on what was in front of me, over what time frame the legislation would have to be achieved. To give you an example, there are measures sometimes in budgets, and I've been involved in 8.
Oh,
That-
please don't give us an example. I don't think it
Well,
will
no,
assist.
I'm happy to oblige the Commissioner. My simple point was that sometimes budget measures require legislation immediately upon their introduction. Other times, they may require legislation in 3 months, as was the case with the pension reforms that were in that portfolio budget submission, and we achieved that by that date, I stress. Or they may have required legislation over a longer period of time before the program came into practical effect, which wasn't until the 1st of July 2016. That's the simple point I'm making. July 1, 2015 legislation date was not an issue based on this submission.
And that's why you didn't turn your mind to the hypothetical consideration of whether legislative change could be achieved in that short time frame.
Sure, I was waiting to see what their proposal was and indeed if any legislation would be required, and if so, by what date. And at that point, we did not know.
Okay, can you turn to page 10 of 17, ending .0046. This is the proposal that you agree to progress,
Pursue, yes.
and it's described as a systematic cleanup of existing error and non-compliance.
Which paragraph are we referring to, or bullet point?
Just the heading. Yep. 7, the increased use of employment income matching. Do you agree with me that what was proposed here was described as a new approach to reconciling information declared by the customer to DHS with information that the ATO held?
No, I don't.
All right. Do you agree that...
There were new elements, but the fundamental proposition of using income averaging and automation for the purpose of identifying and raising debts was not new.
Are you disagreeing then with the way the department described it in the first paragraph as a new approach?
I think there were new features,
All right.
but the new approach, I think, related to the additional technologies now available, and that this was being done at a scale not previously done. And I agree with the Commissioner in her opening remarks to the Commission that was the scale issue was what was different here. But the fundamental premise of using income averaging and automation was not new.
What's your source of information for that?
I'd be very happy to answer that.
Well, I'm sure you don't have to take us to documents. Just tell me what it is you relied on in 2015 for that position.
Well, if I may, I go back to 1989 and I refer to the documents, and they're item 5 of what's submitted in the papers, and that goes back to a cabinet decision in 1989 that enabled the detection of purposes improperly receiving DSS and DVA benefit payments and the use of income matching to achieve that purpose. Now, you referred to Minister Richardson before. It was actually Minister Richardson who oversaw that.
Can I stop you? Income matching is not income averaging.
It is the use of ATO data to match against Department of Social Services data, and the only data that ATO has on income is annual income data. So it is that is what it is. And in that, I'm happy to table this document. This is a media release from the Minister for Social Security, who talks that the government has stopped hundreds of millions of dollars in incorrect payments. He refers to the technology that is used and the issues of data matching to enable that. But it goes on from there. I refer also to the evidence that is, I understand, being made available to the Commission. Now, in the previous government, they introduced measures in both the 12-13 budget and 11-12 budget, which went to provide Centrelink, the Department of Veterans Affairs, with the capability to match customer data with annual income investment report data provided by the Australian Taxation Office. That was in the 11-12 budget. In the 12-13 budget, there were similar measures that allowed DHS to identify better welfare forward through new data sources and the more frequent use of existing sources. That include data from the Australian Passport Office, the Australian Business Register, and likewise. Now, following the 11-12 budget, the minister at the time and the ministers responsible for the ATO and Department of Human Services were Minister Plibersek and Shorten. And I refer to a statement on the 29th of June 2011. Now, in that statement, it is titled, "New Data Matching to Recover Millions in Welfare Dollars." And it goes on to say, a new data matching initiative between Centrelink and the Australian Taxation Office is expected to claw back millions of dollars from welfare recipients who have debts with the Australian government. It says, Ms Plibersek said, Centrelink customers sometimes incurred a debt with the Commonwealth because they either inadvertently or intentionally claimed a benefit they were not entitled to. Mr Shorten said, the tax garnishee process has been carried out manually once a year for the past 15 years and involved a significant amount of time on the part of the departmental officers. Mr Shorten states, the automation of this process will free up resources and result in more people being referred to the tax garnishee process, retrieving more outstanding debt on behalf of taxpayers. Now, Minister Robert, the Minister for Government Services, asked his department to go back and look at 2 years, 2009 and 2011. I understand through council that's been made available to the Commission. Now, he referred to this in the House, but I'm happy to provide, as it was provided to me, the email from the Department of Social Services, Service Australia. They did 2 surveys of random sample of 500 debts raised in 2009 and 2011. Now, in 2009, the percentage of debts which were raised based on sole use of averaging or partial use of averaging, that was under the member for McMahon, that was 16.8%. Now, after these measures in 2011, when Minister Plibersek was minister, that had risen to 24.4%. And across those two, that meant that there was an average of 1 in 5 debts being raised by the previous government using income averaging and automation. Now, in a subsequent statement to the House, Minister Robert also then tabled documents which...
Can I just ask you, when's this statement to the House by Minister Robert?
That statement was on the 11th of June 2020.
Right, that's after the Robodebt scheme is well in place.
Now, if I go then
Now,
back...
Mr Morrison, do you appreciate that what was happening with the data from ATO was that it was being used to flag discrepancies, and the evidence before the Commission is that when discrepancies were flagged, a review would be undertaken. Are you listening at all?
I am, absolutely.
Thank you. A review would be undertaken in respect of say, 20,000 a year in which there were very clear discrepancies, and there were some other criteria for identifying them. But it would be on the basis that discrepancies were identified. And the review that was undertaken was a manual review of a file which involved engaging employers to see what the actual income earned was.
I understand that, but the information, Commissioner, that I've just presented to you was that in 24% of cases in 2011, debts were solely raised.
Well, we'll
Or
see what
partially
evidence
raised.
we get directly, Mr Morrison, about that from the department, which has been asked for the information. Hearing what was said by way of parliamentary speech probably won't firm that up for us so much as evidence directly from the department.
Well, that's
Now,
why
look,
I'm
I've
happy.
given you a good deal of leeway on this.
I had one more point, if I may.
All right, one more.
Also, in a subsequent statement by the then minister, he tabled 2 documents, and these were form letters from
I'm
the...
sorry, Commissioner. This is a matter that is trespassing into parliamentary privilege territory. I have had a discussion with my learned friend, Dr. Rennick, and counsel assisting. There may be a way for non-parliamentary privileged versions of the documents that Mr. Morrison wants to refer to be obtained from the Department of Social
All right,
Services.
so if you can tell us what the documents are, but not tell us about their tabling so much.
Is it easier to assist the Commission by doing that offline? I'm happy to do it online, but the documents refer to a statement made on the 30th of November 2020 in the Parliament by... I'm just trying to assist as to how you can find out what they are.
I'm sorry, Commissioner. The Commonwealth is aware of the documents. Council assisting is aware of the documents. They have been provided helpfully by my learned friends for Mr. Morrison. We will be able to provide non-privileged documents to the Commission.
Right, so we can cover this. Your counsel is going to be able to produce the documents, Mr Morrison, so that's good. We can probably move on.
That's fine. So at that time...
Commissioner, I'm sorry to just interpose at this stage, just to say we have available for council assisting, should he wish to make something of it, of the 3 documents, not including the parliamentary privilege material, which Mr Morrison has referred to, which I'll just hand to him to do with what he will.
Yes.
If that helps.
Fine. Well, hand them to Mr Morrison so we can confirm it's what
Yes,
he's
certainly.
talking about.
Certainly, through council assisting perhaps. And I'm sorry to interrupt my learned friend's question.
That's all right, and they can go direct to Mr Morrison, I think, can they not?
So there's a copy for the learned friend and a copy for Mr Morrison. Thank you so much.
What then may assist, Commissioner, if I may?
No, you may not, Mr Morrison. Would you look at these documents and tell me if that's what you've been talking about?
They are 3 of the documents, but the other 2 documents I was about to refer to are not contained there.
Okay, you haven't sorted that out with your counsel?
So, Commissioner, it might be that Dr. Rennick wishes to address on this. I understand those are extracts of Hansard that would infringe the prohibition in Section 16 of the Parliamentary Privileges Act.
Yes.
I accept what Mr Glover quite rightly points out, and what we have been endeavouring to do is to find another way to produce those documents, which then, because they exist, which Mr Morrison can refer to. What he can't do, of course, and I accept what Mr Glover said, is say, this was tendered, this is the tendered copy, because that would infringe Section 16.
When he's talking about 2 other documents, is he talking about extracts from Hansard as opposed to documents?
Yes, as I understand it, he's talking about 2 letters which were tabled in the Parliament, which would fall within Section 16 of the Parliamentary Privileges Act, but there's another way to get those.
Sure, those letters exist in some other form.
Indeed.
Mr Morrison, you do understand about parliamentary privilege, don't you?
Of course I do.
Good. Okay, well, we'll wait to see these documents in some non-privileged form.
Perhaps then what may assist is I could simply refer them, which is a public document, which I understand the Commission has, which is the Australian Government's response in September 2017 to the Community Affairs Reference Committee report on page...
Sorry,
Oh,
I'm
that
sorry,
again would be
Commissioner,
the
that
subject.
again trespasses on the prohibition in the Parliamentary Privileges Act. That's a submission to a committee of the Senate.
Mr Morrison, you can't advert in this commission to documents which were before Parliament. That's not the Commission's doing. That's the subject of Parliament's own legislation. And one might have thought that as a parliamentarian you'd appreciate the significance of parliamentary privilege. Anyway, it seems that we may be able to get these documents in some other form, so we'll see what we can do.
Commissioner, I think there may be some confusion about the document I'm now seeking to quote from.
Isn't it the submission to the Senate?
No. This is the Australian Government's response, which is a public document to a committee report. So it's a statement issued by the government publicly. That's all I'm referring to. I understand the point you make about matters on Hansard, and I'm happy for that to be progressed in the way that you've suggested. I'm simply now referring to a public document, which was the Australian government's response. And that response simply noted on page 3.
Mr. Glover, what do you say about this? Does it have an independent existence that will?
I'm just not entirely sure whether the document has been tabled in the Parliament. If it has, that will be a prohibited document, but it might be that Dr. Rennick is able to address that, because I don't know what this document is.
Yes.
Dr. Rennick, help us here.
Yes, perhaps it might assist the Commission for Mr Glover and Council Assisting and I to talk about this particular matter over the luncheon adjournment, and perhaps other questions can be asked now.
Yes. Let's get back to Council's questioning, Mr. Morrison. Mr. Gregory.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Morrison, do I understand your most recent answer to my question about the systematic clean-up of existing error and non-compliance to indicate that you understood this proposal in the minute as involving averaging of income because of the annualised nature of ATO data?
Again, the use of averaging income was not the new element of this approach.
No, I'm just
Look,
asking...
you're just being asked a question. Did you understand it to involve averaging? And I think you told me before you did, but...
Well, I do, Commissioner. I do, but maybe I'm misunderstanding the question. I understood the question to say, did I think that was a new approach? And I'm saying I did not understand income averaging to be a new approach. The new approach related to the scale of the automation.
Okay. The third and fourth dot points on page .0046.
Is 10 of 17?
Yes, that's correct. Refer to an online approach which involves an assessment of correct welfare entitlement based on information, that is ATO information. You can see that. That's where I understand the averaging concept to which you refer comes in. The point continues at the end that the approach puts the obligation on the customer to ensure the record is correct. You saw that?
Yes.
All right. And the next dot point identifies an additional feature of the proposal in the third line, that the ATO data would be used as the trusted source and remove the need for the department to be dependent on customer and business information. You see that there?
Yes.
And the conclusion or the end of that paragraph says the digital process and relying on the ATO data as the primary evidence rather than just a trigger will enable the department to undertake a much greater number of compliance reviews than is presently the case.
Correct.
Right. When you read that, did you understand that the transfer of the obligation on the customer to ensure their record was correct in response to an entitlement based on ATO information and the use of ATO information as primary evidence rather than just a trigger for an investigation were new features of the scheme, of the proposal?
I understood that at all times, as the Act sets out, that it is the responsibility of the beneficiary to advise the department of any changes to their circumstances. That is in the Act, and that is always the case.
You familiarised yourself with the Act?
Yes, I was the Minister, and of course that was something that I was going through over the period of that January in familiarising myself with my responsibilities under the portfolio and obviously the legislation, of which there was many, but the Social Security Administration Act is a very important part of that. Now that makes clear that it is the obligation of the beneficiary, A, to keep the department advised, B, to respond to any requirements of the Secretary in seeking information. So the obligation as to keeping the department informed of one's circumstances rests with the beneficiary.
What did you understand about the position when somebody was no longer on benefit?
Well, that remains as they'd received payments.
When somebody's no longer on
Well,
benefit?
the issue of a debt, Commissioner, arises on the basis of what information was being provided at that time and whether a debt was incurred at that time. And at that time, the beneficiary had an obligation under the Act to keep the department informed of what their income circumstances were.
In the fortnight they receive income, they must advise what their income is and whether there's been a change of circumstances.
Correct.
You understood this was a proposal to go back a number of years?
Correct, yes.
And it would probably involve people who were no longer on benefit.
Correct.
What was the basis for asking them for information?
Because the advice that we received was there had been overpayment to the extent of around 3.6% of the annual payments.
I'm
Now,
asking you said you were familiar with the Act. I'm just wondering what you identified as the provision which would entitle you to ask people who hadn't been on benefit for some period questions.
Well, the department has, and under the Act, has an ability to raise debts. I don't think there's any dispute about that.
That's not the question.
Well,
On
so
what
they were-
basis were they to be asked for information using this online system as to their income?
Because
Of course, the idea was that they'd be asked
Yes.
to confirm what the ATO said.
Well, they were asked to clarify what their income was at the time, based on the fact that there was an identified irregularity between what their annual income was, and the process was built to seek to engage. This is my understanding of it.
Sure.
The great frustration, as was explained to me, was the Department of Human Services had in engaging with individuals.
All right. Now, look, that's not my question. You said you were familiar with the Act. I'm just asking you what you understood to be the legal basis for understanding how someone who may not have been on benefit for 6 months or 3 years or whatever to confirm or deny ATO data.
Because the department, under the Act, has an ability to raise debts in relation to previous overpayments.
That's a different issue from what they can ask people to do, you'll appreciate.
Well, no, I would say that in relation to the identification of a debt, then it's not unreasonable for the Secretary to seek information as to whether they were kept appraised of the beneficiary's income at the time.
Mightn't be unreasonable, but is it legal?
Well, yes, it is.
Okay, and pursuant to what, in your understanding?
Well, under Section 63, the Secretary may require a person to attend the department.
I'm sorry to do this to you, Mr. Creary.
And under Section 192, they have the power to obtain information.
Mr. Morrison, this is your reading of the Act, or you had some advice about this?
Well, it's my plain English understanding of it.
I see. All right. Now, Section 63 applies to a person who's receiving or has made a claim for social security payment. You appreciate?
Yes?
Not somebody who in the past has received it?
Well, that is a matter open to interpretation.
Well, yes. Section
I think it's 65A.
65A?
I think that is it, the section.
Have you got them there with you?
No?
All right. So are you doing this from memory, or have you got a record of some sort?
I've just noted the sections.
Okay. You see, the position in relation to somebody who's been on benefit in the past but is no longer is that you can go back 13 weeks under Section 69, 13 weeks prior. And that was not going to be this position, was it?
No, and in relation to the matters that were raised in the executive minute, they were non-specific as to what issues required legislative change or policy change. Generally, there may be a need to do that.
But
So-
you seem to have been quite familiar with the legislation. So why were you not interested in what legislative change was required? Because you must have wondered, didn't you, about the power to do these things?
Well, not at that point, because it was still a proposal under development. Now, had it reached a point where it said that legislation was required, then I would have expected to see all of that, of course, and then would have made judgments about whether that would have been proceeded with. And in all likelihood, then I suspect it would not have.
Look, if you were so familiar with the Act, you ought to have been concerned about whether the Act was being complied with in the development of this proposal to the new policy proposal point. How is it that you are content to just see no legislation required and leave it at that?
Because, Commissioner, that is how the Cabinet process works. I had been a member of Cabinet for a long time, and the way the Cabinet process works is it has the inbuilt disciplines across the public service to fully interrogate these matters to enable what is put forward to ministers who are dealing with multiple submissions. In this submission alone, there were 51 new policy proposals,
Yes.
multiple submissions, and it is part of the process for these matters to be interrogated. Now, in the executive minute I received, it said, it noted their issues. That is not uncommon. I have seen that many times
And
in
then
early
that
stages.
vanished. So why were you content with that? That vanished. You were familiar with the Act. Why didn't you want to know how it was that legislative change wouldn't be required for this proposal to go back some years?
Because I was satisfied that the department had done their job. I had great respect for the department and for their professionalism and for their knowledge of these issues. And I would never have conceived that had there been legal advice suggesting this was unlawful, it had never entered my imagination that that would not be raised with ministers.
Okay, but you have a minute that says legislative change is required, and it's your own department that's saying that. Then you get a new policy proposal that says legislative change is not required. Why don't you ask your own department? So how does that happen?
Well, because I didn't see it as necessary, because they had affirmed it so strongly, and that I had great faith in the department to work through the matters that they were working through. And that was not uncommon, Commissioner. I mean, it is not uncommon in the course of government, which deals with multiple policy proposals in a budget course. And I not only was dealing with, and I'm not suggesting this is a workload issue, that's not my point. There were many proposals coming before the ERC. I was on the ERC at that time and subsequently for many years after that. It is not uncommon in the early stages of a proposal for those types of issues to be noted. And it is not uncommon for them then to be resolved through proper consultation between departments. Now, as you note in the final submission that went to Cabinet, coordination comments were received from right across government, including the Attorney General's Department.
I think you are
Commissioner,
going into an
apologies,
area.
Commissioner.
Yeah,
I think this is something that is the subject of PII rule.
it is the subject of a PII ruling because you're talking about an absence of something which I've ruled was not really that relevant and therefore attracted the public interest immunity ruling. Look, all I'm asking you, Mr. Morrison, is you've got an executive minute which says to you legislation is required. Your own department says legislation is required. Within a matter of a few weeks, you're getting a new policy proposal that says legislation is not required. You have said yourself you were familiar with the Act. This was a proposal going back some years. Why no concern about that as the responsible minister?
Well, I think you summarised it yourself, Commissioner, in what you've just said. And that is the department themselves said, had flagged that legislation may be required. And then the department themselves said, the very same department, said that it was not required. Now, I do not consider that the department and the professional officers that were there would arrive at that matter lightly. We all now know that they had advice at that time. It is inconceivable to me that that would not have been raised with ministers. It's just inconceivable.
All right. Sorry, Mr. Gregory.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Morrison, I think you indicated, correct me if I have misunderstood your response, that you didn't consider what was described in dot points 3 and 4 to be significant changes as in the proposal to the existing arrangements.
I understood that the significant changes involve scale.
If we go then to the fifth dot point, it's introduced with these words: the proposal will provide a 4-year measure to undertake 866,857 interventions, and it continues, and there's an estimated 1.2 billion in gross savings. Again, from your evidence earlier about your considerations of ministerial responsibility in respect of welfare reform, and from budgetary considerations, those 3 categories of savings you identified earlier, this is an attractive proposal, isn't it?
Yes, because $1 billion of taxpayers' money every year was being paid out, not in accordance with the entitlements that were set out in the legislation. That, to me, says a system needs to tighten up, and that this is money that is being paid that was not due,
The reference to
paid out by taxpayers.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. The reference to 1.2 billion, do you recall asking for some detail about how that was calculated? It's a big number.
Well, that is what is resolved in the course of the preparation of submission. All costings have to be co-signed by finance, and so the veracity of those estimates, are tested in the preparation of any ERC submission. That at that point, that was an estimate that they had. That is working down from, as it sets out in the actual NPP that we've referred to earlier, from around 3.6 billion, of which they believe they were able to identify around 2.2 billion and then act on those, and that these measures would enable them to then pursue around about 1.4 billion every year that was being paid out over and above what was entitled to be reclaimed. So, as a minister responsible for the integrity of the welfare system, when you're told that more than $1 billion is going out that shouldn't be every year, then you would expect that to be something I'd want to act on.
The reference to the 4-year measure there, that's a reference to a commencement date of 1 July 2015, as you understood it?
Yes.
The final dot point that relates to there may need to be a change of policy to be able to enable the use of the ATO data in this way. Given what you've said earlier about your understanding of the use of ATO data in an average sense, and there not being a big change about that, do you recall questioning on what basis it was suggested that there may need to be a change in policy about this?
No, because as it says, and on the final bullet point, that as a result we have been working with DSS on developing this proposal and will continue to do so. And so I said, yes, pursue that. Keep having those discussions. There was no response here by me which said that I don't agree to legislation. What this says...
I think you're onto legislation. I'm coming to that. My question was policy. I'll ask you the legislation question.
Yeah, okay.
Do you accept that that sentence in the centre conveys advice from your department that legislative change was required to implement this initiative?
That's what it was the understanding at the time, based on the understanding of the proposal at the time. But as I understand it, DSS's understanding of the proposal changed since that document was written, and that's the evidence that Ms Wilson has provided.
You understood that sentence in the context that both departments, DHS and DSS, had consulted in the development of the executive minute, and that the position of DSS at this time is clearly communicated here that legislative change would be needed to be implemented.
That's right, at that time.
Yes.
And their position later changed.
We go then to page 14 of 17, .050. This is a page which details, which continues under the heading Detecting and Correcting Customer Error in Welfare Programs. That is attachment B, the current arrangements for maintaining integrity.
I've just got to find the right document here, the right version of the document.
is the,
Okay, I think I've got it. I think I've got it.
thank you. It should be
Page,
behind
what page of 17 did you say?
tab 140, page 14
Okay,
of
thank you.
17. This is part of attachment B,
Yes.
which is the balance of pages which were retained by you or your office at the early stage. Attachment B, you would agree, was the current arrangements for maintaining the integrity of the system. And there are subheadings which include here, detecting and correcting customer error in welfare programs before paragraph 12 on the previous page. The question of legislation or the role of legislation is addressed in paragraph 14, I suggest, and 15. 16, 14 and 16. But let's go through these in sequence.
Yeah. I'm
You're there? Paragraph 14, in the second sentence, identifies the range of data currently matched against is variable in both timeliness and quality, and the ability to use it in a more timely and efficient manner is limited by legislation, policy, or the underpinning ICT systems. The paragraph 15 deals with the traditional way in which the risk of customer error is addressed. As a high-cost approach involving significant work, you can see that. And then paragraph 16 describes traditional compliance reviews, which are manually staff-intensive, obtaining information from customers and third parties going back years.
Yes.
Now, again, I understand that this minute informed your state of mind about current integrity processes or current compliance processes, and paragraph 16 was part of that.
Yes.
The second sentence in paragraph 16 is the one I particularly want to draw to your attention, that the ability to change the process is limited due to legislative and policy constraints on the need to apply income fortnightly to determine overpayments, even if they occurred over several months or years, and even if income data is only available on an annual basis. For example, income is determined annually by the ATO, so is therefore only available on an annual basis. Did you appreciate what was being described here is a legislative limit identified by the department for the use of average data to calculate actual fortnightly income?
That was the issue they were flagging at that time,
Okay.
I assume amongst any number.
Can I take you over to paragraph 22? The identification here of the stock of payments already in the system which are likely being paid in error, did you understand that to be related to the figure of 1.2 billion which was identified earlier?
No, there was sort of a stock and a flow figure. And they were, to be honest, it was a bit confusing because they were being used interchangeably. My understanding was that you had a flow figure of around about 1.2 billion, which was very alarming.
What do you mean by a flow figure? You mean an annual?
Yeah. So you had a stock of debts from past years, and then how much is being overpaid each year. And I mean,
Does that come up in this somewhere?
pardon?
Does that come up in this brief somewhere, or?
It's noted in the submission, the NPP, when it draws down from the 3.6% figure. And so there was a stock of debt, and then there was a flow of debt being created each year in overpayment. And I can appreciate those who may be watching on that, $1 billion is an extraordinarily large amount of money. But this sort of goes to the earlier point we were making, that the social security budget is over $100 billion. And so the smallest of variations can produce very significant impacts on the taxpayer. And that's why these issues were being discussed and were sought to be addressed. And fundamentally, the best way to correct all of this is to ensure that people's information is correct, and that when asked to respond to inquiries by the Secretary of Department, they do, which is the key issue, as it was explained to me, that the Department of Human Services was having, getting that interaction.
And of course, the best way to do it also includes doing it lawfully.
Of course. And there was nothing to suggest to me in the submission that went to Cabinet that it was unlawful, and no evidence was presented about that submission that it was unlawful at that time or at any other time until the Solicitor General provided the Minister for Government Services with advice in 2019.
Going back to page 1 of 17, this is the recommendation box of the executive minute. Recommendation 1 is the options are agreed or disagreed. And it relates to the development of a package of new policy proposals, which are set out in attachment A, of which the clean-up item that we just reviewed is one. That's how you understand the document?
Yes, they needed to go and develop it.
Yes.
And if that required legislation, they should have so recommended.
Well, at least they did recommend it in this document.
No, they didn't. They noted that it may be required, and they were not recommending it be done at that time. They were noting that that was a matter of the status of that policy proposal at that time, based on DSS's knowledge of it at that time. The critical time is what was submitted to Cabinet. And what was submitted to Cabinet
We'll come to that.
was that no legislation was required.
Right. Talking about the relationship, that is the matter that I wish to take up with you now, the relationship between you as Minister and those in the department to whom this minute is directed.
Which department?
DHS. An agreement to the development of a package of new policy proposals, in clear terms, I suggest, communicates that you want action to develop a new policy proposal.
Yes.
Right. And it is accompanied, I suggest, by an expectation that that will be done.
Yes, it include all the necessary elements that should be part of such a proposal for it to be lawful and effective.
That is, once you have received the advice and the proposal, as set out in the dot points we went through, your decision is that irrespective of the note that that would require legislative change, you want it progressed into a new policy proposal. You're not adopting an intermediate step of saying, give me some advice about the extent of legislative change required here, or give me some further detail on that.
No, that would have been premature.
Moving straight to the development of a new policy proposal.
I think I just probably need to take a step back and explain the process. What the department was suggesting was, here is a proposal that can address integrity issues that is currently seeing $1 billion overpaid every single year of taxpayers' money. And we believe we have a way of dealing with that. At that point, it was noted that to achieve that it may require, and in fact DSS's view on their understanding of the proposal as it was to work at that time, was that that would require legislation. And I said, well, continue to work together, to work this up and to form a proposal. Now what I expected to come back was a proposal that would either include what those legislative changes would be that would give effect to the proposal, or the contrary. And then I would have made a decision as to whether we would have then taken that proposal forward and included it in the portfolio budget submission. So at that point, these were still matters that were being worked through. There was not a definitive position that had been arrived at.
All right. And the first draft that you received on the 3rd of March from DHS, originally, that is the source of the document, noted its position that no legislative change was required on the checklist.
Correct.
And then the draft was worked up to the point where it ultimately was included in the portfolio budget submission.
From recollection, there was no great variation between the 3 March version and the version that was submitted to Cabinet. The only difference was the extensive coordination comments, which I can't refer to for the reasons the Commissioner has already noted, and I won't. But the normal process of engaging coordination comments from all the normal departments that you would do so under any submission of this nature was undertaken.
Look, can I just ask you about something? You say that this brief had drawn to your attention $1 billion a year in overpayments, but all I can see is that for a 4-year period, there's supposed to be $1 billion in overpayments.
Well, I was aware of the broader position that there was a flow issue.
Okay, but it's not in here.
I'd have to check, but I'm happy to note that.
Okay.
$1 billion, whether in stock or flow, is a lot of taxpayers' money that required my attention as Minister.
And also, it's being expressed to you as likely incorrect payments, but you took that as meaning that that must be actual debt.
Well, if they were overpayments, then that would be debt.
Yes, this is just likely incorrect payments, but that's debt in your view?
That's potentially what it meant, yes.
All right. Did you understand the process of the ATO sending over to DHS annualised income figures, which would then be compared with the gross amount that the person had declared in relation to their fortnightly income?
Yeah, it was originally done with magnetic tape back in the 90s.
Did you appreciate that sometimes there'd be very good reasons for the discrepancies?
Oh, of course, and that is why it was so important to get the engagement with the individuals. And one of the learnings from the pilot phase that began on the 1st of July 2000...
Please, I think you're getting off the point. So you did appreciate
Yeah,
that
the
the
short answer is
existence of
yes.
a discrepancy did not mean a debt necessarily.
Not necessarily.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Gregory.
Mr Morrison, I want to move to the Expenditure Review Committee on 25 March 2015. Can I take you to Volume 2? Exhibit 2057A, tab 37.
Yes.
PMC.0010.0010.9004_R.
Yes.
It should appear on your screen, Mr Morrison, in your hard copy, as the Expenditure Review Committee second revised business list, Wednesday, 25 March 2015. See that?
Yes.
Now, there are redacted portions of it, but we can see generally 3 columns, an item number, a minister responsible, and co-optees. You can see that.
Correct.
And the item is item 5, 2015-2016 budget, social services, the portfolio budget submission and finance green brief refer. Yes. You are identified as the minister responsible, and Senator Payne and Senator Fifield are identified as co-optees.
Correct.
And to your recollection, you attended the Expenditure Review Committee with Senator Payne and Senator Fifield.
Yes. Just for the information of the Commission, I'm sure you know this, that only a Cabinet Minister can bring a Cabinet submission. Sometimes those submissions are done jointly, but
Thank you.
There was no other Cabinet Minister in that portfolio family.
Yes. If you go to tab 38, Exhibit 2507, PMC.0010.9005_R, we have the attendance record for various items, and we can see at the bottom, co-optees, Chief of Staff and Secretary, the blue box and below. There is a reference to item 5A, which of course refers to the business list containing the 2015-2016 social services portfolio budget submission. And present in the Expenditure Review Committee are Senator Payne, Ms Campbell, Mr Pratt and yourself.
Correct.
You've indicated, of course, that only a Cabinet Minister can bring forward a Cabinet submission, and that imposes responsibilities on the Cabinet Minister to ensure that it is up to scratch, in short.
Correct.
All right. And those responsibilities are identified in the Cabinet handbook that exists at any given time for any given budget process. Okay. One of those responsibilities and you might turn to tab 50,
Yeah, that's
exhibit 2597, page 9.
paragraphs 79 and 80.
I was going to take you firstly to paragraph 23 and then come to 79 and 80. What is addressed above paragraph 23 are the concepts of collective responsibility and cabinet solidarity, and in that context, ministerial responsibility. You will see that in upholding those principles, ministers must, at subparagraph F, ensure that cabinet submissions provide enough detail on risk and implementation challenges to ensure the cabinet can make an informed decision on the efficacy of the proposal. Now, the concept of actually doing the job and the concept of ministerial responsibility can be two separate things, can't they, Mr. Morrison?
There are practical considerations, yes.
Yes. This addresses the question of ultimate responsibility, but as to what was done, but it doesn't impose on you an obligation to do the legwork, as it were.
Well, not to redo the work.
Yes.
No, I think Mr. Pratt gave similar evidence.
Can I take you then to paragraph 39 on page 12.0033 underscore 001?
We're back still in the cabinet handbook?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, page 12.
Yep.
Paragraph 39 and 40. And I'm just referring back to the column of co-opted persons on the business list. And that's what is addressed here in the budget process.
Correct.
That is, ministers not in the cabinet, in this case, Senator Payne, with a portfolio interest in an item listed for cabinet, may seek to be co-opted for that item by having the relevant portfolio cabinet minister, that's you, make a request to the cabinet secretary, and in that event the minister would be sent the relevant papers and will participate fully in the discussion of that item. You see that?
Correct.
And does that, what is set out in paragraph 39, reflect your recollection of what in fact happened? That is, Senator Payne was provided with a copy of the documents
Yes.
in the business list, item 5A, the portfolio budget
That
submission.
would have been made available to you.
Yes. So that she could participate fully in the discussion if required because of her interest as the Minister for the department implementing the proposal.
Correct, and assisted by the secretary.
Yes. And the Secretary is addressed at paragraphs 42 and 43 on the same page. They attend, according to the handbook, on the request of the Prime Minister in paragraph 42, and that attendance is limited to the most senior levels of the public service, as Ms Campbell was.
Yes, it sometimes includes deputy secretaries.
Yes. And the purpose of an attendance of a secretary is to be able to speak to technical detail, if asked, in respect of a particular part of a proposal for which they have responsibility.
Correct.
And again, for that purpose, Ms Campbell would have been provided with a copy of the documents so that she could speak to it if asked.
Absolutely, her department prepared them.
That's right. Yeah. These may seem very obvious propositions, but
Yeah, no,
I
that's
want
how
to
the
clarify
process
with them.
works.
Yes. Can I take you to tab 51, Exhibit 2527, capital A, CDF.001.001.001. This is the 2015-16 budget process operational rules.
Yes.
And again, this style of document might be changed over
Well, it's set at the start of every budget round, pretty much.
That's right.
Yeah.
Certainly as it applied to this budget round, can I take you to paragraph 26, page
Yeah.
10 of 32. The heading is Constitutional Support and Legislative Authority, paragraphs 26 and 27.
Yep.
The reference at paragraph 26 is to new policy proposals which must include various information. You referred earlier in your evidence to a due diligence checklist to which we will come on the new policy proposal itself. But it is a requirement of the budget process operational rules for the 2015 budget that the policy must include the following information. 26.1 deals with constitutional risk rating and 26.2 deals with the proposed source of legislative authority for expenditure if required, and goes on to some detail. You can see that.
Yes.
What I'm suggesting to you, Mr Morrison, is that the due diligence checklist, according to the budget process operational rules, where it asks the question, is legislative change required, deals with the question of legislative authority for expenditure.
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Commissioner. Is that a convenient time?
Yes, 2:30.
All rise. The Commission stands adjourned until 2:30 p.m. The Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Yes, Mr Gregory.
Yes, Commissioner, I'm no longer confident that we'll reach Mr Barford this afternoon, and unfortunately that might mean he's on another day, or we can deal with him in another way. But I can inform the Commission that I've advised my learned friend that he can make arrangements to not be here this afternoon.
Yes.
Yes, Commissioner, I've advised that Mr Barford, we are arranging an earlier flight for him to leave. I anticipate he may not be required, or if he is required, it could be arranged by video link for a later
Given that we
hearing.
made him stay for 2 days not to reach him, I think a video link would probably suffice. So if you convey the Commission's apologies that he was inconvenienced like that, and we'll see him on video, I think.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner, one footnote, if I may. I've spoken to Council Assisting. Mr Morrison was seeking to refer to an Australian government response to a parliamentary report. Mr Glover's taken objection, and with respect, that objection was well made. So we don't contest that Mr Morrison cannot refer to this because the Parliamentary Privileges Act prevents it.
Yes, thank you. Yes?
Thank you, Commissioner. If I could have Exhibit 2022 PMC.001.0002.017 on the screen. Mr Morrison, tab 36
Yep.
in volume 2. This is the new policy proposal. Now, your evidence earlier was that you didn't identify much change, if any, between the draft attached to the email of 3 March 2017 and this version, that is the final version. I can see you're nodding, but again,
Yes.
thank you. Can I take you then to page 22 of 364 in the bottom right corner? It is page, yes, that might be the easiest way to deal with it, thank you. In the bottom half of the page, Mr Morrison, you'll agree that this is the core component of the measure, which explains how the measure will work and how the savings will be achieved.
Yes.
Do you agree with me also that there is very little change between the way in which the information is presented here with the way it was presented in the executive minute?
Well, I would have to go back and read that executive minute again to answer that question. If you'd like me to do that, I can.
Certainly, yes.
To assist.
And the matter,
This, is there any section you'd like to particularly refer to speed matters up?
paragraph 7, the PAYG clean-up proposal.
Right, this is in the attachment B, yes? And is there a paragraph you're referring to?
No.
It's just the whole section.
Is it attachment B or attachment A?
Attachment A.
Attachment A, sorry. And which number on attachment A are you referring to?
Paragraph 7, I think Mr Gregory said.
Paragraph 7? Okay, I'll compare those two. Thank you, Commissioner. Broadly speaking, yes.
What I'm suggesting flows from that, that is the same apparent method of using ATO POYG data, the same number of interventions or customers or incorrect payments, 166,857 over the same period of financial years, 2010 to 2013, and the obligation being on the customer to ensure their record is correct.
There is one point of difference,
Yes.
and that is in the second bullet point on the bottom of page 22. And this is the text that was referred to by the Deputy Secretary, Selena, where it notes that the new approach will not change how income is assessed or overpayments calculated.
That's right.
Now that is quite a significant
Indeed.
conclusion, and one that I understand was sought by DSS, and based on the evidence the Commission has received, proved to be quite significant in the change in DSS's view.
And that's where we're coming to.
Okay.
But let's put aside...
So in answer to your question,
Yes.
are they similar? Well, largely, but that is different.
Yes. That is the description of it in terms of it being a new approach in the executive minute to being one which did not change how income was assessed or overpayments were calculated is a descriptive of the assessment of the departments about the proposal, correct?
Well, I'm not quite sure what you're saying.
In respect of the executive minute, you gave evidence that you didn't necessarily accept the characterisation of the new parts of it, that is, the changed parts on it, on the question of onus and the question of the requirement for legislative change, but you did accept that there was a change in scale.
Correct.
That is, the department represented change, that the system involves certain changes, which is withdrawn and replaced by a representation that the characteristics of it don't involve anything new.
Yeah, well, that would seem to reinforce the point I was making.
That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, okay, I understand.
But putting aside the description of whether something's changed or not, on your assessment of the minute, that is on your reading of the proposal as it was contained in the executive minute about what it actually did and how it went about doing that, compared to the proposal here considered by the ERC, is what it did and how it goes about doing that. Would you agree with me there's no fundamental change to the process which was identified in the minute and in the proposal?
Well, other than, and this was very relevant for Cabinet, and these statements have to be taken in the context of the Cabinet submission as a whole. The difference is that I'm now reading a document on page 22, which is going before Cabinet, which says on page 27 that no legislation is required. And when I'm looking at an executive minute drafted in early February, it did not contain such a statement. And so I'd suggest that they are very different documents on that basis.
All right. Well, it's not that it didn't contain such a statement, it contained the opposite statement.
Well, exactly.
Right.
That's my point.
Now,
So the bullet points I read on the bottom of page 22, and with the inclusion of the wording that I understand Ms. Wilson insisted on and was quite material in DSS having a change of view as to what they understood the proposal to be when they offered comment that went into the February minute. They are now saying that those 3 bullet points hold without the requirement for legislation.
yes, my question's directed to your understanding, not Ms. Wilson's.
Well, no, I would, well,
It's
all I
not as
know
though
is-
you knew it at the time, did you?
all I know is between February, early February, when DSS was communicating a view that was put into that February minute, there was a series, as I expected there to be, of discussions, as I'd instructed between the departments, to work up this proposal and obviously resolve any of these issues. And so what I now have in front of me, as does Cabinet, is a document prepared under the very comprehensive Cabinet process that says the new approach is not changing how this is done and that legislation is not required. That seems to be quite a warrant provided by the department and the advice,
Can I
which
just,
Cabinet relied on,
sorry to cut you
and
off.
I relied on.
Okay. The timeframe is 20 February when you signed the minute, and that is the position you understood DSS to make a representation about the requirement for legislative change. And the period runs then through to the 3rd of March when there is a draft new policy proposal which adopts, if not identical, almost identical language to the document before you, which is up on the screen. So the process that you're talking about, the involved process, as I understand your evidence, has occurred sometime between your circling of the recommendations on 20 February and the draft on 3 March, which effectively remained unchanged through to 25 March.
Well, I can't make that assumption because I don't know what discussions were held between DHS and DHS post the lodging of the minute.
Right.
Perhaps they began and were continuing in discussions then. I couldn't tell you. I don't know.
And so
That wouldn't be unusual.
what has occurred from the documents is that although the process appears to be materially the same as the process described in the executive minute, the characterisation given to the process by DHS and DSS is the opposite of the characterisation given to the process in the executive minute. It is, it involves new elements and a new approach in the minute to involving no change to current process in the new policy proposal. You would agree with that?
No, all I am simply agreeing to is that the difference between the two documents is the inclusion of the phrase insisted upon by Ms. Wilson, which Ms. Wilson has extensive experience in this area. And I have a very high regard for Ms. Wilson and all the officials I worked with. And this, based on her evidence, because I was unaware.
Oh, look, could we just have your evidence, Mr. Morrison? Never mind Ms. Wilson's evidence. Just answer the question if you could. Do you want it again?
No, I don't, Commissioner. I'm seeking to answer the question because I'm being asked about how the view changed. I've been asked about two documents and I'm saying that those two documents are different.
Good.
And that there was a fundamental change between the document of February and the document considered by Cabinet. And those two changes were, one, the inclusion of a statement which said the approach on how income is assessed and overpayments calculated has not changed. i.e., that means what we've been doing as a government for more than 20 years is unaltered. And secondly, that legislation previously thought to be required is no longer required. That is what I'm agreeing to.
I take it you're also agreeing to the proposition that putting aside those characteristics, change, no change, that what is described as the process in the NPP and the draft NPP is the same process as was described in the executive minute.
I'm not giving that statement.
Well, you've identified this change, but can you point to any others?
I'm simply restating what's in the submission, Council.
What submission?
The submission that is set out here that was considered by Cabinet. I'm simply agreeing to what was in that document, the document upon which Cabinet made the decision. That is my evidence.
Yes, that may not be my question, though. My question is, no, please don't interrupt me. I have given you the courtesy of not interrupting your answers. I expect the same, Mr. Morrison. Fair enough? Fair enough?
Happy to do so.
Thank you. I'm suggesting to you that the process which was characterised as a new process in the minute and characterised as the same as the previous process in the new policy proposal is the same process in the terms that it's described.
That income averaging is being used
Yes?
and the way that overpayments are being calculated.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So the point we're coming to is whether you can explain by either the 3rd of March or soon thereafter if you saw the draft, or by the 25th of March at the time that the ERC is considering the NPP, how it is that there are polar opposite descriptions of the same process in a period of about 4 weeks.
The process of effective discussion and collaboration between very experienced public officials who know these issues better than any of us in this room.
And you would have assumed, correct me if I'm wrong, that that process of collaboration started when you asked Ms. Campbell in the 30 December meeting to look at options for strengthening the integrity of the system.
Well, based on my research on the documents, it occurred well before then. It occurred before I was even minister.
And so that consultative process reached the point where there appears to be clear agreement about the language used as a new proposal requiring legislative change in the February minute.
Well, the February minute points out a difference of view between the agencies.
Well, I'm not sure that it suggests that DHS disagrees with the DSS advice.
Well, I would beg to differ.
All right, you might take me to it.
Well, I'd just refer you to the document. I mean,
Please take me to the point where you say there's a difference of opinion in the minute.
well, DHS, in my reading in the minute, does not concur or explicitly state they have an agreement with that position. They note it, but they don't say that is our view also, because the minute actually says they will continue to work with DSS.
You're saying the absence of a statement...
I'm being asked to prove the negative. I'm not contending that they were the same.
No, you're contending that there was a difference. That was your answer.
Yes, and you're contending they were the same, but I don't know where it says they're the same. You're putting that to me.
The basis on which you contend there was a difference is the absence of express agreement. Do I understand your position?
Well, I can't see. I'm reading it right now, that particular section. The department has consulted DSS in paragraph 9 on the options discussed. DSS has advised that some of the proposals may have significant implications for social security policy and legislation and would need to be assessed as to their consistency with the policy directions being pursued for all payments under welfare reform and the government's commitment to reduce regulatory burden. There is no assertion of DHS's position there. In paragraph 11, there is no assertion of DHS's position. And in fact, it says it is recommended that the department, which is assumed to be the DHS, continues working with the DSS to undertake the above analysis and develop a package of policy and legislative changes for you to take forward. So I can't conclude what DHS's position was at that time from that document. And with
Okay, so have we reached the position where you no longer say there was a difference, you're just saying you can't tell what they thought? Is that it?
No, what I'm saying, Commissioner, is I was about to go on to say that from that position and through my time as Treasurer, all the way through to the point when the Solicitor General provided their advice, at no point did DHS ever say to any minister that this was unlawful.
This has got nothing to do with the question you were asked. You asserted that there was a difference in approach between DSS and DHS demonstrated in the executive minute, as I understood. Mr. Gregory asked you to point to it. You seem to have moved the position to the position where you can't see where they said they agreed with it. But is there any more to it than that?
Well, what is being asserted to me, Commissioner, is that DHS and DSS had the same view. And what I'm saying is that can't be drawn from this minute. And I'm also saying that based on the almost 4 to 5 years in which DHS made presentations to me as a minister around the ERC table over multiple submissions, they never expressed that view.
Look, I think you're going much further than the width of the question. I don't know what it is you're trying to preempt here, but all you were being asked about is, I think you raised the issue of there being a difference in view between DSS and DHS, and what you seem to have come to is, in this minute, DSS don't say they agree. So I'm not sure why you're telling us about things that happened up to the time of the Solicitor General.
Commissioner, just
The reason I've made this...
Commissioner, could I just be heard on something Mr. Morrison just said? And I would ask that a non-publication order be made, because it appears from his answer before you started speaking, Commissioner, that he referred to deliberations at ERC.
He said, look, I'm not going to make a non-publication order about that, and to the extent that public interest immunity privilege might apply, I think that there's just so little compelling public interest, and there's some public interest, I think, in hearing that answer for what it's worth, Mr. Glover. But thank you. I appreciate your point, but I just think we'll go on with things. I think the problem is more what it had to do with the question asked, which I conclude was nil. Mr. Gregory, have you got another question?
Yes. Between the period at February 2015 and the draft minute, 3 March, you didn't see any advice from DSS which clarified that it reversed its position?
No.
Between the period 3 March 2015 and 25 March 2015, you didn't see any advice from DSS which indicated that it reversed its position?
No.
Right. You didn't ask for any advice or clarification once you received the 20 February minute?
No, that's right.
And you didn't ask for any
The
advice?
process was ongoing, that's why.
And you didn't ask for any advice from your department to you between 3 March and 25 March?
No.
No. And that was the obvious source of advice directly to you outside of whatever was happening between the departments?
DSS?
Yes.
Yes. Right. But potentially DHS could have made representations to my office or provided advice if they wished to through their minister.
So as I understand your evidence, and again, correct me if I don't, your position is this has been happening for a long period of time. You had that view when you received the February minute, and you maintained that when you received the draft and final new policy proposal. And the only question revolved around the suggestion that it required legislative change.
Correct.
And once that point appeared to be abandoned by the reference in the due diligence checklist to the absence of a need for legislative change, you were comforted in the view that you had always held.
I would describe it as once that position had been resolved after discussion between DSS and DHS, as I'd asked them to do, then when it presented as not requiring legislation, that yes, I accepted that position.
And you maintain your position that you gave before lunch, that the budget process operations rules go beyond the question of requirement for legislation for appropriations to the requirement to consider legislation more broadly.
Well, no, if we go back to that, and you might have to take me back to the specific measure, I think I was just looking at it a moment ago. The question was, and I might ask assistance to the Commission if they want to read back to me the question that you put to me before lunch, or you have it there, I'm happy to hear it again. I mean, paragraph 26 of the B pause, as they're known, talks about NPPs having to deal with a constitutional risk rating as assessed by the Australian Government Solicitor. Well, that was done. But my memory of the question was that, is that what the NPP asking about whether legislation was required related to? That was my understanding of it. Did I misunderstand that?
The question, as I understood it, was the proposition put to you was that what it required was legislative authority for expenditure.
Sorry, say that again.
It required the AGS's opinion as to legislative authority for expenditure. Is that correct, Mr. Gregory?
Oh, yeah, I understand what you're saying. Thank you, Commissioner. The NPP, in the question is legislation required? That means, is any legislation, whether to deal with that matter or any other matter, required in order for this proposal to proceed? So, was there be a need to change the Social Security Administration Act, for example, in order to make this lawful? And the answer to that question by the department, which involved the DSS and the DHS, was no. And not just once, multiple occasions in the years that followed.
I suggest your understanding of the NPP due diligence checklist is wrong according to the budget process rules.
Well, I would disagree with that, and I would strongly disagree with that, and I don't know the basis of why you would suggest that.
Can you
I've
take
been
me...
a Cabinet Minister for 8 years, and that was the understanding of all ministers who sat round that table and considered hundreds, if not thousands, of budget submissions. And when you looked at that checklist and you saw, is legislation required to take this forward, that is what you understood.
Can you take me to the budget process rules which make that clear?
8 years of experience, and the budget process rules are not the only things that relates to.
Is your answer no? You can't point that out in the rules?
No, that's not my answer. My answer is, I'm suggesting to you very strongly that having been a Prime Minister, a Treasurer, a Social Services Minister and an Immigration Minister, and sat in hundreds of meetings of Cabinet and ERC and chaired most of them, that position in the NPP checklist relates absolutely to whether any legislation is required to advance that, and as other submissions before Cabinet, which I could happily table, but I'm sure the government would be on their feet fairly quickly, would point that out very readily to the Commission.
Did you read the budget process rules during your 8 years as a Cabinet Minister and identify that the Section 26, which I've taken you to, was inconsistent with the view you've expressed?
I don't believe it is. I believe that there are additional requirements in answering that question beyond what is set out there. You're taking a very narrow view of it, would be my suggestion.
Well, I think you
Certainly
can
it is not the understanding of ministers who actually make these decisions based on those papers. I also know that was the evidence of Ms. Campbell.
You concede that in order for your experience-based position to be correct, you rely on more than what is set out in Section 26 of the rules.
I would be, yes, and if the Commonwealth would allow me, I could produce hundreds of documents of Cabinet submissions that prove that point.
So ultimately, is it your position that you hang your hat on the NPP due diligence checklist as validity for the lawfulness of the scheme, which was said to recoup more than $1 billion and affect over 850,000 people?
I would also add that in my experience, that if there were any legal impediment to pursuing a course of action by the government, not only would it be noted in that checklist, but it would be amplified in the document itself. And there was no such reference, and there never was. And in the ultimate Cabinet submission of May 2020, that was guaranteed very clearly, that at no time was any legal advice or any legal position advanced to ministers that the program was unlawful.
Well, you're putting to one side the executive minute, which said that legislative change was required.
Which was then countermanded by the advice of both departments in the completion of a more significant document, that has even greater authorities attached to it and greater responsibilities, including by both the secretaries,
And-
upon which Cabinet relied.
You didn't consider that perhaps, given the position adopted by DSS, that is your own department, in the minute you signed on 20 February 2015, that you would want some greater assurance than the end result of the NPP process within that short space of time by direct advice to you?
I had great confidence in my officials, and I had every reason to have that confidence, I believed.
Your belief was proved wrong with history.
Unfortunately, yes. As I said, the suggestion to me that even internal department legal advice was not conveyed to ministers was unthinkable.
And yet it happened.
Yes.
This Commission's concerned about one of the questions this Commission is concerned about is how that could be the case. That is, what went wrong with this process? No doubt, as Prime Minister, when you became aware that something had gone wrong with this process in 2019 after receiving the Solicitor General's advice, and then in 2020, when various matters were drawn to your attention, you were greatly concerned about the problem that must have existed to create this mess.
Well, in 2019, when I was Prime Minister and this was brought to my attention by the Minister for Government Services, my immediate concern was dealing swiftly with that information, calling a meeting of the Expenditure Review Committee and engaging in the processing of shutting this program down. To be honest, that was my primary focus at that time. And when we're into 2020, when many of these matters were then being progressed, you'll be aware of the many other pressing issues I was dealing with as Prime Minister.
But here we are concerned with a pressing issue, you would agree, where this process went wrong and how it affected so many people. That's a pressing issue, surely.
Well, this is why I've been obviously pleased to attend today and seek to assist the Commission where I can. And as the Commissioner has kindly noted, I've come here prepared to offer what I can. These are matters that I would certainly hope would be addressed by the Public Service Commissioner in what, if any, changes they need to make. I note that, regrettably, many of the officials who are involved here have either, firstly, in case of Ms Glightly's position, she's passed away, which is deeply regretted, and our condolences, I'm sure, all to her family and her friends. But equally, the secretaries and deputy secretaries have also since retired, except for Ms Campbell, of course.
Did you take any steps to ask
2020?
in 2019, 2020, to identify where this went so horribly wrong in 2015?
In 2020, as Prime Minister, that was not something I was focused on. We had a global pandemic.
What about 2019?
It was in late 2019 and we had bushfires.
Other priorities?
Yes, the bushfires and the pandemic were other priorities and very important ones.
Surely you understood that when hundreds of thousands of Australians in vulnerable financial circumstances had debts unlawfully collected from them by the government, that would be a matter of some significance in terms of finding out where the process went wrong, whether there were significant other events or not.
I think what was most important was paying the money back and ensuring that we settled the matter as quickly and as fairly as possible, which we sought to do. And that was the focus of myself and my ministers at the time.
I could go to Exhibit 2.5.
I was going to say, in doing that, I recall us spending quite a bit of time being quite proactive. Those who had been impacted directly and to whom money was to be paid back under the arrangements could be done in the most simple way as possible.
I could go to Exhibit 2508, pmc.0010.0010.8842_R. It is tab 43, volume 2. Mr Morrison, familiar with you are from your 8 years of cabinet experience, you'll recognise this document as the Department of Finance position on the new policy proposal.
Yes.
And if you go to page 17 and page 18 of the document, it addresses the measure as was introduced by the new policy proposal.
Making my way through the redactions.
Well, I think you can look at an unredacted copy if you want, but obviously
I'm just trying
not.
to find it. Won't be a sec. I'm finding it difficult. You can refer me to the page. It's 8, 9, at the last four numbers. What are they? 8, 9, what? PMC 0001 8859. Thank you. Okay.
On the left side of the page, in the left column, you can see the item for consideration, and that is the summary of the NPP. From a financial perspective?
Yes.
All right. And in the right-hand column, you can see the finance comment and also PM and C at the bottom of page 17.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in the middle column, financial implications, you can see the proposed numbers, that is the numbers proposed in the new policy proposal,
Yes.
and the finance assessment of the numbers. And do I understand the document correctly where finance have indicated no numbers, or the number 0, in all of the financial years over which the proposal, to which the proposal related, was the result of the absence of finance support, that is Department of Finance support?
Finance's position, which was unrelated to legality, I hasten to add, or the construction of the measure.
Yes, I'm not dealing
I'm
with
just making
legality
that clear.
here.
So if you
Maybe
didn't
many-
proceed with the proposal, then that would be the outcome as set out by finance.
Yes. As I say, I'm not raising a question of legality here, Mr Morrison. There may be many other reasons why the proposal was the subject of challenge. We're dealing only here with the question of finance. The central point made by the finance comment is that there was an inadequate evidence-based business case for the costs and outcomes of the proposal.
Yes.
Would you agree with me about that?
I agree that this is what finance is saying, that they questioned DHS's resourcing and how that would deliver the outcome set out in the NPP.
I asked you earlier about whether you ever asked the question about how $1 billion plus was going to be raised in gross saving terms, and you said that it would be worked out during the rigorous ERC process with the consultation with the Department of Finance.
Correct.
Would you agree with me that by the 25th of March 2015, that rigorous, detailed, consultative process reached the point where the Department of Finance didn't support the measure?
Well, it reached 2 points. It reached the point that you make about the comments that finance, as it's titled finance comment, but it also reached the finding that the proposal as set out by DSS, if implemented, would achieve the estimates that are set out under proposed. Finance do both. DSS just can't, no department can't just put any old numbers they like in there. Finance goes and tests their assumptions, and in order for estimates to be relied upon in terms of what a department is putting forward, finance has to agree to those. And so there was no disagreement by finance with the estimates. They have offered comment to ERC about some issues they raised regarding the resourcing and how it was being done, but as I said, not about its legality or process or any of those sorts of things. And the committee decided to proceed. It's not uncommon for finance to raise issues. As you note, PM&C took a different view.
The second observation by the Department of Finance was, in addition, the Minister to reprioritise existing funding in 2015-16 to undertake analysis and address any incorrect payments made in 2010. You can see that. A suggestion that you already have money available to deal with compliance.
It was
it
a
should-
very standard...
Please let me finish.
I'm
Mr.
sorry, I thought
Morrison.
you had.
The suggestion that you use money available to you under the current budget, that is the proposed 15-16 budget, to address what DHS was suggesting was a significant body of non-compliant information from 2010 to 2013.
That was Finance's suggestion.
Yes.
It is not uncommon for Finance to make that suggestion on any proposals that involve the expenditure of additional resources for measures such as this, because this proposal not only involved the recovery of debts, it involved expenditure by the Department of Services to expand its programs in order to recover those debts. And so Finance were raising questions about the expenditure that was involved, and were, as they often do with any proposal of this nature, in my experience, would make that suggestion.
They also raised a question about whether the $1 billion plus would be realised, not just the question about expenses necessary to do that. And you'll see that in the second paragraph, the upfront cost, which concludes estimated savings in the order of 1.1 billion, which may or may not be realised in the forward estimates, plainly raising a question about the projected numbers.
Well, what they were saying was that they were questioning whether if you went and spent that $280 million, that would lead to that recovery actually occurring. They weren't necessarily questioning that there wasn't an outstanding level of overpayment. They were questioning as to whether the method that was proposed would actually be successful in recovering that overpayment, which are two different issues.
A valid question nonetheless.
Of course.
The next point in the finance comments relates to a question of some urgency arising from the statute of limitations as it's described there, that this needed to occur during the 2015-2016 in order to avoid the statute of limitations applying to the collection of debts arising from these payments. Had you received any advice on that?
Well, they refer to 2010. They don't refer to subsequent years, only 2010. And that is a natural order of things.
Did you receive any advice on that question?
From DSS or Finance?
Anyone?
No, that's not how the process works. The Greens, as set out here, arrive within a day, if that, sometimes, for ministers to review, and these matters are discussed in the room at the time. And so, this was a long time ago, I can't recall, and in fact it would, the council would be on his feet again if I were to go into a discussion, even if I could recall it, about those matters. But I simply note that in the room, as you've addressed in your...
You don't need to note, Mr. Morrison, you were just asked if you'd had any advice on the subject.
Well, as I was about to say, Commissioner, in the room was the Secretary of the Department of Human Services and the Secretary of the Department of Social Services, and they would have been available to ask any questions of them at that time. That's why I was referring to that, Commissioner.
Yes, but that's not to tell us whether or not you received advice.
That was the only opportunity one would have had to have had such advice as the matters were being dealt with there and then in the room.
That wouldn't stop you from asking questions of your department or Ms. Payne's department after the ERC meeting about the point, if you weren't previously aware of it?
Well, the ERC had made a decision by that point. The matter had been concluded.
then that would stop you asking the question.
The matter was resolved, it was concluded.
There's nothing to stop you getting advice after the event and saying, in fact, the information before the ERC raised a question about which I was not in a position to respond, and a significant one. I now am in a position. Please let me finish, Mr. Morrison. I can see you gearing up again. There's nothing to stop you drawing to the attention of the ERC after the 25th of March that there may be additional information which was relevant to the decision.
I don't recall the discussion in ERC, nor would I be able to relay to you the conversation in ERC even if I could.
My question's not about that.
Well, with respect, it is, because you're inferring that no questions were asked in the room, no responses were given in the room.
No, I'm not.
Well, I can't say from recollection, those very questions and assurances may have been provided in the room at the time by the senior officials responsible. And those matters would have been addressed at the time in the room by ministers who are making the decision. Because at this stage, we were in a cabinet process where all ministers collectively were making the decision.
All right, but the answer is after the ERC, you weren't raising this issue with anyone.
There was nothing arising from that meeting, Commissioner,
No, it
that
doesn't
led me
matter
to do
why.
that.
It's just the question was, had you subsequently raised it with your department? Had there been discussion of it after the ERC? And I gather your answer is no.
My answer is I don't recall doing that.
All right, thank you.
That comment by Finance suggests a degree of urgency about the implementation of the measure in 2015-2016, that is less than 12 weeks from the ERC meeting.
In relation to 2010, it notes that, but if it wasn't done by then that would have simply been reflected in the estimates in my EFO.
The measure wasn't just a 2010 measure, it was a new policy proposal which related to a program over 4 years, commencing 1 July 2015, in respect of 3 financial years historically from 2010 to 2013. It was a bulk proposal.
No, I understand that. I'm just simply saying to you that any revenue that would have been recovered as a result of debts raised for 2010, Finance was simply noting that that wouldn't have been possible, and that was noted. But revenue relating to other years would be. And if that were the case, and legislation, if it were required, but noting that it wasn't, and that was the submission, then that didn't present as an issue.
Because if the measure didn't have to commence on the 1st of July 2015, the time pressure came off, because it could commence in 1 July 2016 in respect of the 2011 and subsequent financial years.
Well, yes, but I'm not quite sure what point you're making.
You referred to the rigorous process and your understanding of the budget process operational rules. And you also referred to advice by the AGS, that is the Australian Government Solicitor. Did you ask for or receive a copy of the AGS advice in that process up to 25 March 2015?
The AGS advice regarding the constitutionality of the measure.
The AGS, as you referred to it earlier.
Well, the AGS was only advising on the constitutionality of the measure, and that was not really in question, so no.
And you're assuming that from reading it, or because that was your experience?
My experience was AGS was providing advice on constitutionality of measures, and at that time that particularly dealt with issues around the Williams case.
So the evidence that you gave earlier about the rigour of the process and the AGS advice wasn't, to your mind, relevant to the question of legality?
Well, on the checklist, it refers to constitutional and legal issues, but on the legal issues that I'm principally referring to, I would expect that advice to be coming from my department.
Right. Just trying to clarify, because it appeared as though your evidence earlier suggested the reliance on the AGS advice on the question of legality.
Apologise
And
if that was the impression. That wasn't what I was seeking to do. I was just seeking to say that the way, and I'm not now, just to be clear, Commissioner, referring to a specific submission which I'm suggesting was consulted on by departments that would breach those rules. I'm just saying it's normal part of the Cabinet submission process for multiple departments to be consulted in what's called the coordination comments, and in my experience, that in all cases always includes the Attorney General's Department. But that doesn't mean that the Attorney General's Department is then, in every single case, quizzed onto the legality of measures as they relate to the department's own acts. On occasions it may be, but in this case, I was relying on any advice regarding legality on DSS and DHS.
Do you recall that following the 25th of March 2015, the question of what allocation to DHS by way of expenditure to implement the measure took some time to resolve?
No more than usual. That's not uncommon. You'll agree a measure, and I remember the Finance Minister at the time was very particular about the notion of FTE and related to all measures, and he had some expectations of submissions and would often take those matters offline to resolve between departments and agencies. So no, there was nothing particularly unusual about that in this case, in my experience.
And it was agreed perhaps as late as 11 May 2015.
I couldn't tell you when it was ultimately agreed. That was more a matter for DHS.
If we can go to tab 63, exhibit 2523. On 12 May 2015, Mr Morrison, there was a media release by you in respect of the budget measures which related to your portfolio.
Yes. This is the one I issued with the Minister for Human Services, correct?
Doesn't appear to be, no.
Well, no, I could refer you to it. It says it on page 0223-003 at the top. It says Senator the Honourable Marise Payne, Minister for Human Services.
You sure you've got the right one?
Maybe I don't. I mean, if I am, I apologise.
63.
Oh, sorry, I'm on 62. Yes, this is the one by me, correct. Sorry, apologies.
And if you go to the second page of the media release, you'll see the heading, "A Strong Welfare Cop on the Beat."
Yes.
And the third line down related to the implementation of the measure from 1 July 2015.
Correct.
It's the strengthening the integrity of welfare payments measure which is referred to there.
Yes, and as you would know, that wasn't restricted only to the matter of debt recovery. It included a wide range of measures, which included the secondment of a Assistant Commissioner of the Australian Federal Police to be part of the detection and fraud initiatives of the department. And he literally was a welfare cop on the beat.
Would you agree with me that the language you use in the media release following the adoption of the measure in the budget is very similar in its strength and tone to the language you used in the interview in January before you received the executive minute?
Yes, I do. And we literally, in the initiative, put a federal police officer in a seconded role to detect welfare fraud.
Mr Morrison, if you could go to tab 72. This is a speech given by you to the Institute of Public Administration as Prime Minister, Monday 19 August 2019. Exhibit 2163 RBD.9999.0001.0216. You have that there? In this speech, you lay out 6 guideposts in respect of the way forward as you saw it as Prime Minister and for your government for the public service, for the evolution of the public service and priorities for the future.
Yes.
The first guidepost, if you go to the page ending .0216_0003,
Yes.
see that there is about 2/3 of the way down the page. You describe it as a guidepost which goes to the heart of the relationship between the executive branch and the public service that enables all of us to do a good job. And that you had to get the relationship right between ministers and the public service. You see that?
Yes.
Go over to the next page. You describe your approach in historical terms, including as Minister for Immigration and Border Protection and Minister for Social Services and as the Treasurer. See that?
Yes.
You say that you enjoyed in those capacities wonderful relationships with the public servants that you worked with at senior and junior levels, and your approach has been based on a simple, straightforward formula for managing that relationship: respect and expect. And you go on to explain what that means.
Yes.
Respect the experience, professionalism and capability that the public service brings to the table, both in terms of policy advice and implementation skills, and then having set the policy direction, expect them to get on and deliver it.
Correct.
And you describe then in some more detail about the responsibility of ministers for setting policy and making those calls and decisions.
Yes.
That is, you must be clear what you're asking of the public service.
Yes.
In the large paragraph at the bottom, about halfway down, you say, and I expect my ministers to be the centre driving policy agendas for their agencies and departments. And at the end, you indicate that's very important for how accountability is designed to work in our Westminster democracy.
Yes.
These are features that you are describing as being referenced to your approach historically in the ministries that you held.
Yes.
You go on over the page to identify that ministers are accountable to the Parliament and to the public through the democratic process and the policies of the government. Particularly, you indicate that ultimately the minister must decide whether to approve or not approve, to provide comment, feedback as they appreciate, because it's ultimately the minister who will be held accountable by the public, and that's how it should be.
Correct.
Your description of the role between, or the relationship between ministers and the public service, I take it, relates in part to the relationship that existed at the time you held the social services portfolio.
Yes.
Do you agree that going on the radio and talking about a tough welfare cop on the beat, the need to detect and deter fraud and the like, before you'd received all of the proposals, that is the executive minute, really adopted a policy position which you were expecting the departments to deliver? That is, it was your clear communication to the public that this was the position you were adopting.
I believed that we needed to ensure welfare integrity. And I believe that was my responsibility as minister, as I had done in other portfolios for the integrity of those programs.
You set the pace on the policy direction, tough welfare cop on the beat, the crackdown, language such as that, before receiving the executive minute, which contained the proposals that you'd asked for.
Well, you're implying that I had particular initiatives in mind at the time of saying it, which I did not.
No, I'm talking about the tone and the policy direction in which you were taking the department.
It was the policy.
Before you had the particular initiatives that were proposed by the department.
It was the policy of the government, and it was my intention as minister to ensure the more than $100 billion that are paid out in taxpayers' money to people every year was done so properly and in accordance with the rules, and that it wasn't defrauded. That should be a rather unremarkable objective for a Minister for Social Services and a rather unremarkable objective for a department administering such taxpayers' funds. I would say that is an important principle.
Would you agree it's also an unremarkable position to adopt that you would want clear legal advice if there was going to be a program introduced which required significant taxpayer expenditure and a question had been raised at any time about whether it required legislative change to implement it?
Not if that position had been resolved, and I refer, given you've cited it, I note that this is the same speech that was cited by Mr Shorten in the Parliament recently, when I note that I respected the experience, professionalism and capability that the public service bring to the table, both in terms of policy advice and implementation skills. And as a minister, you have to make assessments and judgments about the capability of the people you are working with in order to fulfil your responsibilities and to be able to deal with the many matters that you have to deal with. And I did have a strong relationship, and I'm very pleased to say I've had that with all the public servants I've worked with. And as a result, that is why I was able to make decisions and made decisions that I did in relation to this matter. So I'm obviously responsible for submissions that go to the Cabinet, and in forming that view to go forward with that, I had asked that this matter be progressed, to be worked up, and it came back to me saying no legislation was required. If they'd come back and said legislation was required, then we may well not be sitting here at all.
So the answer is you didn't think in those circumstances that clear legal advice was required?
The department was saying it wasn't. And I trusted their judgment.
And when was that point reached, in your mind?
When it said no legislation was required.
25 March.
That was the ultimate Cabinet submission put forward, but as you note, that was the position of both departments back in the 3rd of March.
No, I didn't note that at all. I noted that DHS had drafted a new policy proposal and sent it to your department on the 3rd
On the 3rd of March,
Please don't interrupt me, Mr Morrison. You're doing it again. Courtesy. You agreed to it. I suggested to you that on the 3rd of March, a new policy proposal was worked up by DHS and forwarded to your department, and that was the first that your department was aware of the draft. And I think you agreed with me about that. I didn't suggest it was a joint position at that point in time.
may I respond? My understanding, there was a document that you included in the papers last night which referred to an email that noted that DSS was aware on the 3rd of March that the NPP included the reference to no legislation required.
Okay, I have your answer.
So that is the basis upon which I'm saying that DHS and DSS at that time were both aware of what the draft submission said.
The next exhibit is Exhibit 2598, tab 52, Mr Morrison, RBD.9999.0001.0225. You see that? We could go to page .0225_0036. You're familiar with the judgment of Justice Murphy, Mr Morrison?
Yes. I'm not in the same way that I'm not a lawyer, but...
No, all right. The reasons for judgment commence, of course.
I'm just trying to find the page. Yep.
All right. In paragraph 5, the judge makes the observation that it should have been obvious to senior public servants charged with overseeing the Robodebt system, and to the responsible minister at different points that many social security recipients do not earn a stable or constant income, and any employment they obtain may be casual, part-time, seasonal or intermittent and may not continue throughout the year. Pausing there, I take it was in fact obvious to you that that was the case at the time you introduced the policy to the Executive Review Committee?
I'm just reading it again.
Certainly.
Well, yes, as had been the case for the last more than 20 years, the program had been in place.
And did you also have an understanding, that is an actual understanding, of the next sentence, where a social security recipient does not earn a constant fortnightly wage, does not earn income every fortnight, or only works for intermittent periods in a year, then notional or assumed fortnightly income based on income averaging is unlikely to be the same as their actual fortnightly income?
Well, it may or may not be, and that is why you engage the recipient to get the proper information, which had been the practice and continued to be the practice.
Mr. Morrison, again, I don't think you're answering my question. This sentence refers to the concept of notional or assumed fortnightly income based on income averaging as it relates to their actual fortnightly income.
Oh, sorry.
And my question is, did you have that actual understanding as well?
Well, as I answered in response to your question, it could and it could not. And by way of example, when the first pilot program was put in place from the 1st of July 2015, 50% of those recipients who responded agreed that using the averaging, they were fine with that. They accepted that that would represent likely what their fortnightly income was. So in some cases it is, and in some cases it is not. And where it is not, it's important for the recipient to inform the government of that information, and so an appropriate size debt is then raised.
Again, I'm not entirely sure you're answering my question about your state of mind at the time you introduced the proposal to the Executive Review Committee. My question is, at that point in time, did you appreciate that notional or assumed fortnightly income based on income averaging is unlikely to be the same as their actual fortnightly income?
Well, again, counsel, I'll give you the same answer. And my answer may not be the one you're seeking, but my answer is that in some cases it is equivalent to, and other cases it is not. And the measure as designed by DHS, where it was not the same, as had been the practice for more than 20 years, then they would seek further information from the recipient.
Mr.
And where they were in error, then they would correct that and appropriate debt would be raised. So I can't answer it any other way, Commissioner.
Okay, I want to ask you this though. Did you ask DHS at any stage for advice about how averaging had actually been applied for the last 20 years?
It was a given in the system. It had been done for so long.
How did you know that?
Because I'd gone through my briefings. This had been an established practice.
You had a briefing that said averaging was an established practice?
It was part of DHS's debt recovery operations. We were talking about welfare integrity, as the Executive Minute and others demonstrate. This is a matter that was discussed. The issue is that you're trying to find out what the actual income was and getting that information from the recipient. And when the Ombudsman undertook their inquiry into this, they found that when the information was correct, the OCI program, as they referred to it, found that the debt accuracy was very, very accurate. So the objective here by the Department of Human Services was not to raise debts that didn't exist, quite the opposite.
I'm asking you about 2015. Had you received any advice from DHS as to how averaging actually operated?
It would have come up in verbal briefings, I'm sure. I mean, I was aware of it. I can't give you a specific piece of advice of when or where, but it had been around for a long time.
Did you ask at any stage for advice on the legality of this practice?
No, I did not.
Why not?
Because there was no issue that was being raised. There were no cases.
But Mr. Morrison, if I can stop you,
Sorry?
you're familiar with the Act, which I would infer meant that you also knew that for income support payments, entitlement was worked out on the basis of actual income per fortnight.
Yes.
Here is a completely different approach, which is just to take a year's income and divide it by 26, which common sense will tell you is not the same thing. You didn't see the need ever to check how that could happen?
It is part of a process. So the objective of the process is to understand what the actual fortnightly income was. And so the technique, method, process, call it what you like, that had been adopted by governments going back as far as 1989 was a way of identifying particular areas where overpayment may have occurred, and the purpose then, through whether it was the SIWT program or the many that preceded it, including those by the former government, was to get the information from the recipient about their actual income at that time, which they were obliged to provide.
Well, we won't go into how they're obliged to provide it, but assuming there's no response, what happens next?
The same has been occurring for the previous 20 years,
Mr. Morrison, what
which was
authority?
manual intervention where possible.
Okay, and then averaging?
That was going back as at least to 1994. Then a letter would be...
Asserting that, but I'm a little dubious about your evidence for it. At any rate, coming back to the actual process of averaging, which you accept was going to apply if somebody didn't respond, how could that accord with your understanding of the basis of entitlement under the Act, which is actual fortnightly income?
Well, in the absence of any other information provided by the recipient and the irregularity which has been identified by their annual income, and in the absence of any information provided by the recipient when they'd been given the opportunity to do so, then you couldn't have a situation where simply by failing to cooperate with the Department of Human Services that you could be in receipt of overpayments.
Well,
That was the approach the department took. That was the part that governments took for decades.
which department took? DHS?
Well, it goes back to the Department of Social Security under Minister Richardson.
All right, and you didn't think it necessary to ask for legal advice on that point. But can I then ask you, in light of, can we go to the executive minute, the version which is DSS 507700010037, which Mr. Morrison is 140. And if we go then to the page which ends 0050,
Yes.
to paragraph 16, which you were taken to before, when it says the ability to change the process is limited, due to legislative and policy constraints on the need to apply income fortnightly to determine overpayments, even if they occurred over several months or years, and even if income data is only available on an annual basis. For example, income is determined annually by the ATO, so therefore is only available on an annual basis. When it explained that the ability to change the process was limited due to those legislative and policy constraints, what did you think they were talking about?
Well, they were highlighting that there may be legislative issues that would have to be resolved in the formulation of a final submission.
Sure, and as far as you know, nothing changed and they were still going to average.
And so that's why, on that minute, I agreed that they should pursue those matters and develop a full package and bring back that submission, and if it required legislative change, to say so.
And so nothing changed, and yet?
Well, sorry?
Well, nothing changed in the proposal, so how on earth did you reconcile that with the advice you'd been given?
Well, again, I refer you to the NPP, where the words that were inserted about no change to the process, which had obviously given department officials comfort, that was a statement which said that we are continuing to do what we have always done as governments, and it is one thing to make an observation at this point, but I referred at one of my earlier answers. Over the course of January and early February, I was meeting with multiple stakeholders. None of these stakeholders was raising issues about the use of income averaging, none of them. So there was no question really about this as being an issue at that time. Now, I accept that over time that changes. That's clear now in hindsight.
Would it be, did you consider, that they weren't raising income averaging because it wasn't happening on any regular basis?
Well, Commissioner, it was.
All right. Mr. Morrison, I want to give you every opportunity in respect of this. So what I would invite you to do, because I am dubious about what you say is evidence of it happening as a regular standard practice, because all you've referred to in the past seems to be politicians saying we're data matching, which seems to be a different thing. But if you would like to provide to the Commission a list of evidence of previous use of averaging, we'd be very happy to receive it with reference to documents if you can.
I thank you for that, Commissioner. I suspect that will get us back in the same territory of PII.
I'm having trouble following that because I'm just
Well,
asking
the very
you about
evidence-
evidence of the practice in the department.
The very evidence that I sought to table today,
This is Mr. Robert in 2020
No.
you're talking about?
these are letters, form letters from the mainframe of the Department of Social Security, which are addressed to people to whom debts are being raised on the basis of income averaging
Okay,
in
I think
1994.
I think we're getting those, so you don't have to worry about that. In 1994.
1994.
Okay.
And on the other matters I raised, well, I've provided through counsel the information that was provided by the Department of Social Services to Minister Robert,
All right.
independent of what was the documents and the references that Mr. Robert made in Hansard.
Right. Mr. Gregory, I interrupted you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Morrison, can I just take up some of the matters which arise from the exchange with the Commissioner? You were asked how you knew about this long history of averaging, and you said because you went through the briefings, and then a little later it was because you relied upon it coming up orally in the course of information at some point. Do I take it from your answer that the practice of averaging was not referred to in any of the written briefings that you received?
It wasn't.
Okay. And in terms of the oral information that you received, you can't identify who gave that to you?
No, because there were many discussions, but it was just a foundational way of the way DHS worked.
And you can't identify from which department that information
Well, that would
emanated?
likely have come from DHS, I assume, in discussions that I had, but I can't recall it specifically. It was not a controversial matter at the time.
And in the context of that oral information you received, you don't recall being provided with any documentary support for the discussion?
No, I don't.
But it was this information which you say led you to question some of the assertions about the new approach in the executive minute.
Sorry?
It was this information that you say you had about it being a long-time practice of the department which led you to question whether there was anything new about the proposal in the executive minute other than the question of scale.
I'm not quite sure what you're asking. I apologise, I'm trying to understand what you're asking. The principal change that we'd identified was applying a previous practice at scale.
Yes, I understand you correctly then.
Yeah, okay.
That is, despite the assertions from the Department of Human Services in the minute that this was a new process, it was the information you'd received orally from someone you can't identify at some point in time you can't identify,
7 years
which
ago.
led you to not be troubled by the assertion that it was new.
There was nothing new about this process on the income averaging. And look, and Commissioner, I agree with you. Your opening statements refer to the fact that the notion of averaging was not new, a scale not previously attempted. I agree with you. That's what we were really dealing with here. This was taking a practice that had been used by the department and was doing it at a different scale with the use of new technology and new data sources. And it is always the case, in my experience in government, that the technology available to me as Minister in 2015 was very different to the technology available to Minister Richardson back in the early 90s. And back then it was done with the transfer of a tape, assumed by a courier. And in 2015, things were different. And the department rightly would always be looking for ways in which it could use new technology to better manage its responsibilities. And that what they found was that by using the automated processes, that this could be at least five times more cost effective in performing their responsibilities. That would seem to be an understandable and proper thing for them to be doing.
We could return to Exhibit 2598, the decision of Pregoditz. RBD, thank you, and paragraph 5 on page 2 of the reasons, which of course is partway through. .0225_0036. Mr. Morrison, you had answered the question about whether assumed or notional fortnightly income based on averaging is unlikely to be the same as their actual fortnightly income. I move to the next sentence. It should have been plain that in such circumstances, the automated Robodebt system may indicate an overpayment of social security benefits when that was not, in fact, the case. Is that a statement which reflected your state of mind at the time you brought the proposal before the ERC on 25 March 2015?
No, I wouldn't say that completely summarised my state of mind. It's, as I said before, in some cases, in my case, perhaps in yours, perhaps in other people's cases, if you looked at my annual income and you averaged it out on a fortnightly basis, well, it obviously would be the same. For others, in different types of work, that would be different. So in some cases it would match, in other cases it wouldn't. In the cases where it would not, then what is appropriate then is you engage the individual and seek to get the proper information upon which to frame the appropriate level of debt. So that was what was in you asked what was in my frame of mind? That's what was in my frame of mind.
I asked you whether it was understood by you that in such circumstances, and the circumstances referred to in this paragraph we've gone through, and you've accepted the first sentence as reflecting your state of mind. You didn't entirely accept the second sentence as reflecting your state of mind. The third sentence refers to the circumstances identified in the previous sentences. And you gave the example of yourself, who earns a consistent fortnightly income.
Which is not the same as everybody else, I accept that.
It's not the circumstances which are referred to in the first paragraph, in the second sentence, rather.
Sure.
That's right, okay. So let's deal with the circumstances here rather than different circumstances where there is a constant fortnightly income. Do you accept that it was understood by you as at 25 March 2015 that in circumstances where someone was not earning a stable or constant income and that any employment they obtain may be casual, part-time, seasonal or intermittent, the automated Robodebt system may indicate an overpayment of social security benefits when that was not in fact the case?
Yes.
We go then to...
For those cases, yeah.
And you would agree with me, those cases represent a large majority of persons in receipt of income support supplements because of the variability and inconsistency in their income.
Well, I can't attest, because I don't have the figures, I'm not aware if you do, but to generalise it across the entire debt population, well, I can't make that observation whether it was likely or unlikely, because that suggests a balance of 50% plus one. I can't answer that. But for those who may have casual or intermittent employment, then the risk of an overpayment not being accurate was higher than those who are on a more regular. Of course that's the case. And what subsequently I think the evidence showed, particularly from that pilot, that 50% of those who responded, i.e. the people who responded are those who were thought that there was a higher than estimated overpayment, 50% said, well, actually, the averaging, we're comfortable with you using that. So the only reason I say that, Council, is everybody's situation is different. If it's a seasonal worker or perhaps a student, but even then, in that case, while someone might be casual, they might be working consistently casually. If they're part-time, they might be working consistently part-time. So being a part-time worker or a casual worker of itself doesn't mean that you don't have a regularity of income. A seasonal worker, I can see that. And in those cases, that's why it's important that the program engaged people and that people engaged with the department to clear any of this up. That's what the system was designed to do.
Can I take you then to the final sentence? Yet in the absence of further information from social security recipients, that is the basis upon which the automated Robodebt system raised and recovered debts for asserted overpayments of social security benefits. Pause there. Where persons did not engage, that consequence was obvious to you at the time?
I'm not sure on what other basis then, in the absence of other information, you could base it on. And that had been the case, to my knowledge, since 1994.
Yes, you've described the oral conversation or conversations you had with unidentified persons at unidentified times.
Well, it was 7 years ago.
And somebody had told you that if you had no other information than the ATO average data, you could raise a debt based on that, had they?
That was the practice, and I didn't question it.
Well, who told you that? You don't know.
It was established practice. It was not a matter of controversy. It was not a matter of intense scrutiny at the time, and including by stakeholders. This was the purpose of me engaging with stakeholders, was to understand what their priorities were and to see what sensitivities there were and things that I should be aware of in administering the portfolio. This was not an issue that was receiving the focus and attention that it is today. And so the circumstances were very different. It was an established practice. That was my knowledge of it.
Your understanding was it was an established practice for DHS to raise debts on the basis of averaged income data in the absence of a response from the recipient.
Yes.
All right, and that's from some verbal advice you got somewhere along the line.
It was my understanding of the system, yes.
Well, it's one thing to say it was your understanding. I'm just trying to get to how you got that
Commissioner,
understanding.
you're asking me to try and describe to you how I knew something in 2015 in January. And I'm seeking to give you as best of a recollection as I can. But in reasonableness, it's given this was not an issue that was receiving significant attention at the time. This was an established practice of the Department of Human Services and was not under question. And it had not been raised with me by any stakeholders. I cannot honestly recall the specifics of a conversation that may have taken for less than an hour 7 years ago.
In 2019, when the Solicitor General said that it clearly was not a lawful basis for raising debts, did you think back to how did I get the idea it was?
Well, I knew.
That
It was in the
somebody,
submission I took to Cabinet.
I see, you took DSS to be saying it was, that averaging was fine?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
I did.
All right.
And DHS for that matter. And in that entire period up to and only raise it because you raise it, to when Minister Robert brought this to my attention, that was the first time someone had told us as ministers that this was unlawful by the public service and our officials.
Okay. Mr. Gregory?
Thank you. There are 2 points out of that exchange I wish to take up with you, Mr. Morrison, or 2 matters I would like you to address. The first relates to your assertion that stakeholders didn't raise averaging with you as an issue. Did you say to them, we're going to expand our existing averaging program to a large scale? Have you got anything to say about that?
Well, no.
Okay.
Because at that stage, we hadn't decided to do that.
So the point is that I'm making is you wouldn't expect a stakeholder to say we've got a problem with averaging if you're not saying averaging is a live issue in terms of where I'm going with the budget and I'm expanding a program to a scale which will involve hundreds of thousands of people over a number of years.
Well, what I'm saying is that income averaging was a practice in the debt raising process as I described it. So that would have been well known as well amongst stakeholders.
Well, assuming they had the conversations you had.
Well, I would be surprised if someone who was claiming to be knowledgeable of the social security system and representing those interests was unaware of the income averaging process and the debt collection process that had been practiced by governments for many years. I would be surprised if they were unaware of that, being practitioners and advocates in that area, constantly engage with welfare recipients, and if the issue of income averaging as it was being practiced was distressing and of a sufficient level of concern, well, I would have thought they would have raised it. I don't think that's an unreasonable assumption.
You might not be accepted on that because the alternative proposition from the Commissioner was that the reasonable assumption might be that it wasn't an established practice. And you can't point to anything at this point except some conversations with people you can't identify at a time. You can't. Please don't interrupt me, Mr. Morrison. You can't point to a conversation with a particular person at a particular time that gives you what you say was information about such a widespread established practice that it ought to have been known by stakeholders.
I have referred to the practice as applied by ministers Shorten the member for McMahon, the member for Sydney. I've referred to the measures that were introduced in 2011-12 and 12-13 under the Gillard governments at that time. I've made reference to the correspondence that was provided by departments of Social Security going back to 1994. And I've even referred to this averaging process not being new, indeed by the Commissioner's opening remarks. So to suggest that this wasn't a process that was being followed by the department at the time and for some time, well, you may have a different view about that, and it may not suit the position, but that was the case.
Can I just check, when you talk about stakeholders, you include ACOS, I
Yes.
assume, as an obvious one?
Commissioner, in the documents you'll see diary entries of numerous meetings with numerous stakeholders, and they went back into earlier January too.
But you didn't consult any stakeholders before this new policy proposal was taken to ERC?
That is not a normal process with a cabinet submission, for obvious reasons. On occasion, you will do it on some issues that are considered to be controversial. For example, with the portfolio budget submission that I was working on at that time, which I stress was this was where my predominant focus was, not on this matter, was on the childcare reforms that were
Okay, you
introducing.
did consult on some things, not on others. Is that the gist of it?
The initiatives that we were taking forward as a government and that I was taking forward as a government, as opposed to proposals that came forward from the public service, childcare was already out there because there was a Productivity Commission report, and therefore that was a basis to have some discussion around measures. And on the issue of pension reform, that was a matter that I'd engaged fairly heavily with ACOS, but to be honest, I can't recall if that occurred
Okay, it
before
doesn't
the
really
cabinet
matter.
decision or after. It may well have been after the cabinet ERC decision.
Mr. Morrison, we're just talking about this one. Employment income matching is part of strengthening the integrity of the welfare system. And I think we've established you didn't consult before the proposal was taken to Cabinet. You didn't consult with them after, did you?
No, I don't recall doing that. No.
Okay, thank you. That's all I want to know.
Mr. Morrison, can I just take up with you something you suggested about my position in your answer, where you said that I may have a different view about that and it may not suit. And I assure you, my questions are directed towards the gathering of evidence, not my personal view.
Of course.
Just that it's the second time you've said it, and you should be clear about my position. The other matter that I wish to raise with you, flowing from your exchange with the Commissioner, was your repeated reference to the difficulties that you are facing recalling events from 7 years ago. Do you appreciate the irony of the position now that you are now in, having to recall events from 7 years ago, to the position that this measure placed welfare recipients or former welfare recipients in having to prove evidence of fortnightly income from as much as 6 years earlier in order to avoid the raising of a debt?
Well, the difference that I would only note is this, is you're asking me to recall an oral conversation of 7 years ago.
It started out as a written briefing, but yes.
Well, that's what I'm referring to when I say difficulty to recall. I'm talking about the oral conversations I had at that time. The difference between that and what you're referring to is if I needed to know what my bank statement said 7 years ago, I'd be in a position to go and look it up. And I note that as DHS worked through the implementation of this scheme, because it came in on effectively September 2016, in early 2017, they were already making adjustments to the program. Now, that was long after I'd left the portfolio. And that included accepting bank statements in relation to income. So they are two different things, I would suggest. It's not asking one to recall a conversation. It's saying, do you have any information about your income at that particular time in that particular year.
You're, of course, comparing your position to someone who might have casual work, seasonal work, intermittent income, work for multiple employers, some of whom might no longer be operating businesses. You're well educated. It might not be a big matter for you to get bank statements from years ago, but as you identify, that wasn't permitted in the early stages of the scheme. People had to find pay slips. That presented some real challenges, didn't it, to people who you were asking this very high bar of?
It did, and that's why I'm pleased that they altered the program.
Putting to one side the question of legality and putting to one side the question of whether you sought advice or didn't seek advice, all of those issues, did you appreciate that this was a measure which asked a lot of a potentially vulnerable cohort of Australians?
The management of the social security system is a very difficult task for those who administer it. I'm not talking about ministers. I'm talking about those who administer it each and every day in Centrelink Services Australia offices around the country. And they deal with these difficulties, whether it's this program or any number of others, every single day. So in seeking to ensure the integrity of the system, then that does, of course, put obligations on individuals who have been the recipients of payments. That is unavoidable. And in seeking to ensure the integrity of system and any overpayments are dealt with, then that is a difficult part of the system to manage. Pretending that overpayments aren't made, I'm not sure is a way that you can deal with that, in fairness to the taxpayer as well.
You've read the Solicitor General's advice, which identifies that the letters sent under the program did not create any legal obligation to respond.
Look, I'll take you at face value on that.
Well, it contradicts your proposition that putting an obligation on someone about a payment they'd received years earlier is unavoidable.
Well, I would hope that people would want to engage to address these matters, and that was the challenge that the Department of Human Services was facing and still faces.
Mr Morrison, I want to raise a number of features for your consideration and comment about how this measure got to be introduced in the budget without the department drawing the legal advice that it had prepared in late 2014 and throughout January 2015 to your attention. There are 7 matters in total, and I'll list them, and you may wish to make notes of them as I go through so that you can consider them and address them in your response. One view which may be open to the Commission on the evidence which has been given so far, and I note that significant caveat that we're only dealing here with evidence which has been given so far, and there may be additional evidence in hearings later this week or next year which cast a different complexion on things. But in the evidence so far, there are a number of features which give rise to a possible finding about why legal advice was not drawn to your attention. The first is that it was not asked for by you when you had the opportunity to ask for it from your department. The second is the short time frame between your signing of the executive minute and the development of the proposal within perhaps as short as 2 weeks and as long as 5 weeks. The third is that the identification of the need for legislative change in the executive minute was not practically possible for the introduction of the measure in practice by 1 July 2015. That is the time constraint issue. 4 is that the constitution of the Senate, with the coalition having 33 seats Labor having 25 and there being 18 cross-bench positions, was not a positive indicator for the success of legislative change proposals. 5 is that you had communicated a policy position prior to receiving the executive minute on the radio, which used strong language about welfare reform and cracking down and dealing with fraud. 6 is that the matter had real attraction to you because of its significance as a savings measure towards a balanced budget. And 7, the feature identified in the finance comments about the statute of limitations and the urgency from that perspective.
Say that last one again.
The feature identified in
This is
the
the
finance green
2010
brief as the urgency arising from the statute of limitations as it was described.
Yeah.
Irrespective of whether that was correct or not, that was the
I
understanding.
suspect it was, yeah.
And that when those considerations are taken in a cumulative sense, members of your department may have felt constrained in whether they could freely and frankly raise with you the fact that this measure, if introduced, would not be lawful according to the view that they currently held. That is, an accumulation of that sequence of events and those surrounding circumstances at that point in time. I don't have any additional questions to ask of you other than to invite your comment in respect of those as a cumulative group or individually. And I appreciate that you've addressed a number of them on the way through, but you may repeat as much or as little as you want.
Thank you, Councillor.
And just before he does that, may I just ask my learned friend to clarify when he says at the end of his question, people in the department, is that limited to the Secretary and Deputy Secretaries, or should Mr Morrison take it that it's anyone in the department?
I can clarify and identify the Deputy Secretary, not the Secretary, and those in the legal department of DSS. And so the department I'm referring to is not DHS, but DSS.
Well, on the
Although, to
sorry.
be complete, I should add Deputy Secretary Go Lightly from DSS in that group, but no others.
She's from DHS.
Sorry, DHS, yes.
Well, in relation to point 1, as I indicated before, it is inconceivable to me, in all my experience as a minister and a Prime Minister, that your own department, who had had legal advice, certainly that had predated even my coming into the portfolio, that A, wouldn't have been elevated within the department and that it would not have been raised directly with me. There was no... The idea that I would have assumed that they had advice and weren't giving it to me is inconceivable in my knowledge of those individuals, and surprising. And I'll come to this point a little later. Had that information come forward in the way that I've now seen it, which I did not see at the time, and certainly before late 2019 in terms of the Solicitor General's advice, but the actual advice that was circulating even prior to my arrival in the portfolio, then I doubt we'd be sitting here today. Secondly, I mean, we've talked about the issue of asking for advice and not asking for advice. I relied on the department. I had great faith in the department. I understand under the Cabinet handbook what my responsibilities are, and I put trust in that relationship and being able to assert about the correct status of the submission. In In terms of the time frame, as I noted, that is not an unusual time frame, and I've seen departments work at time frames a tenth, if not even more quickly than that, on difficult measures. I saw the public service of this country at its best during the pandemic. What they are capable of, only ministers and prime ministers, I think, can really appreciate, and that's why I have great respect for them. They're not infallible, they're not invulnerable, they will make mistakes from time to time, as will others. But I have the greatest respect for all of those I work with on these matters. The legislative change timetable and the suggestion that this wasn't practical, well, this wasn't something that became material. So, while I don't, as you probably picked up, Council, from my answers to earlier questions, whether it needed to be in place by the 1st of July 2015 or 16, I can't tell you because we still don't know what the legislative change would have been. It may have allowed the pilot to proceed on the 1st of July of 2015, but knowing that it would need to be legislated by the time of the broader scale implementation in 2016. But I don't know. So it wasn't a material issue of consideration at that time in terms of any start date. My honest understanding of the issue at the time. There were, and with your indulgence, Commissioner, just to make the point, there were other measures in the 51-item portfolio budget submission that did have those requirements. And I was aware of those, and particularly on pensions, we did get them legislated in that time frame, despite the situation on the crossbench that you refer to, which is real. So the legislative change timetable, well, no, that was not have been a reason for it not to proceed, and it's not a reason that it may or may not have been accomplished. If we had the view, and there was it's a fair view, that we already had, as a government, a fairly long docket of unlegislated measures, and that had this measure required legislation, then we may well not have pursued it. In fact, it would have been unlikely that we would, because there were many other issues that we were pursuing. I note in the portfolio budget submission that this item was not even referred to in any detail in the introduction to the submission. It referred to the many other government priorities that were set out in my charter letter and as were articulated, particularly in the speeches that you referred to, which did not include the SIWP item. So the legislative timetable issue, I would respectfully suggest, was not factoring heavily, but whether it required legislation, that would have been considered, and if we didn't believe it was possible, then it wouldn't have been pursued. On the Senate crossbench for success, well, it is as you say. We had many unlegislated measures, and I can only repeat what I've just said in relation to point 3. On 5, which is the policy position on welfare cop, with respect, I think you read too much into that. I was simply articulating, I think, a fairly, unextraordinary principle, and I don't resolve from it. As Minister, I expected that only the payments that should have been made to be made, so we can ensure that the payments that needed to be made could be made to those who needed the most. And that was what I meant by welfare integrity. You ensure integrity of a program to protect the program because you care about the people who most need that program. And so, no, I don't suggest that having a strong view about enforcement is extraordinary in any way, and I would have hoped that that would have been something that would be shared. On the issue of savings, well, the primary issue here was the matter of integrity in the system. By pursuing integrity of the system, you ensure that there are not overpayments and taxpayers' money that has been improperly paid is recovered. And that has a positive savings outcome on the budget, but not by withdrawing entitlements from anyone or putting taxes on anyone. So Had the measure not been feasible, then it wouldn't have been pursued. And as a result, that would not be a savings measure that could have been included in the budget. And had we formed the view, and had I formed the view, that on the basis of legislation that wouldn't be achievable, then it simply wouldn't have been pursued, which is why the non-coming forward with the advice is so disappointing in this process. Had that advice come forward, I sincerely believe we would not be sitting here today. There would either have been legislation that dealt with it and was achieved, or the measure would not have been pursued by the government and I would not have pursued it as minister. Remember, this was not a measure that the government initiated, i.e. ministers. This was a measure that was initiated within the public service and brought to us, which we agreed to take forward based on those representations. So on the savings would have been in the budget, but that was not the primary objective of the measure. And in relation to the finance brief in 2010, well, I think that's a practical reality. And if that meant that the 2010 year was not available, and if it wasn't legislated in that time, then simply the estimates would have been adjusted, and that wasn't a reason either to go ahead or not go ahead. And that would be my reflection. Now, in terms of what you suggest are the cumulative impacts of all of these things, then no, I don't accept that proposition. I can't conceive of any arrangement or any of these things that would say to a department who had that advice in the form that I have now seen it, and to withhold that from ministers, not just in 2015, but on multiple occasions in which these issues were brought back to the ERC time and again between then and 2019. And to read, as we did in May 2020, in the very submission before Cabinet, that this issue had never been raised with ministers at any time. Not my words, but those of the department. So that is the situation we found ourselves in. And you're right, the critical failure in the system, and I'm making no judgments on any individuals, was that this advice, which had been sought prior to my turning up, was not brought to the attention of ministers, and I believe there was an obligation and duty to do so. And that was a reasonable expectation of a minister of their department.
I said I wouldn't ask you any more questions. Would you accept another one?
I would happily, and I promise I won't interrupt, Councillor.
Given that you don't consider any of those reasons to justify the withholding of the advice, and you consider the withholding to be inconceivable and inexplicable broadly, are you able to identify what it was that led to the withholding of the advice, given the duty of the public servants to bring it to your attention and subsequent ministers?
No, I'm not. And that is distressing.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Gregory.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I'll just check Ms. Hogan-Doran.
No, the Commonwealth has no questions for
Thank you.
Mr Morrison.
Dr. Rennick.
10 minutes only, Commissioner. Mr Morrison, you will recall you were made reference to a media release by the then Minister for Social Security, Senator Graham Richardson.
Yeah.
You've got a copy of that in front of you.
Give me a moment.
I think it was handed up to you as a loose document. It's the loose document I'm after because I'm going to tender it.
I think I have my copy.
Well, you can tender it whether Mr. Morrison
right.
can
I'd
find
like
it
to,
now or
yes.
not.
Very good. So,
Yes, I've got it here.
yes. So I tender the document, which is the media release from then Minister for Social Security, Senator Richardson, which is, sorry, what's the...
The 21st of August 1990.
Yes,
Can I
indeed.
just check, will it cause alarm and despondency if I give these all brand new numbers, or would we be better off A, B, C, D?
We will get it to you, not this.
New numbers, I'm told.
New numbers are fine. That'll be Exhibit 2685, Dr. Rennick.
Yes, thank you. The second media release from then Minister for Human Services Tanya Plibersek and then Assistant Treasurer Bill Shorten of 29 June 2011. That's a one-page media release.
Yes.
I tender that.
2686.
There are two letters which Mr Morrison was not able to give detailed evidence about because of the Parliamentary Privileges Act. Those acting for the Commonwealth have assured me, as they have the identifiers, they will be provided, and when they're provided, I would seek to have them tendered.
Thank you. We're on a safe bet here. I can give them numbers and the physical documents they're nodding at me. So on the basis there are two letters, they'll be 2687 and 2688 when they arrive, just to keep all those together.
Yes, thank you.
And Commissioner, can I just indicate what we propose to do is redact a part of the letter. They're obviously standalone letters, but they have the stamp of the Parliament on it to indicate it was tabled in Parliament. We propose to redact that tabling stamp before the exhibits are published, if that's convenient
All right.
to the Commission.
Arcane but necessary, I suppose. Thank you. Dr. Rennick?
So the other topic is to take you to the item chronology 3, item 15 of your statement, which it can be put up on the screen as PMC.001.0027.003, PMC.001.0027.003. No, that's not it.
That's not it. Are you referring, sorry, Dr. Rennie, are you referring to chronology 3?
Yes, I'm
in my
referring
statement?
to
What item
chronology
number?
3, item 15, and that is not what's appearing on the screen. So what I'm going on, Commissioner, is the index given to us by Council Assisting this morning, the schedule of PII rulings relating to Mr Morrison's statement. So this is the version of the item 15, which
Okay,
is now open.
I tried this number, SMO.999.001.009_R2,
And Commissioner, that's consistent with the Commonwealth's
right?
understanding of that document.
And then you want the
Item,
page,
chronology 3, item 15 on
15,
page
sure.
36, if I may. Perhaps we'll start at page 35.
and that'll end with 0034.
So if we can put that up on the screen. So you see there, Commissioner, this refers to a short form cabinet paper of the 28th of May 2020, sponsored by then Minister Robert, Ruston and Porter. And it's over the page I seek to take you to. And here, Mr Morrison, you quote from, and Council Assisting accept the accuracy of your quote from, the short form cabinet paper. And you see there, beginning with the words briefing for the respective ministers for Social Security and the Minister for Human Services. And you see there that the statement that none of the 4 tranches, and they're listed, you come down a couple of lines, the 4 tranches did not identify legal risks to indicate that legislation was required. In particular, the new policy proposal for the first tranche did not indicate any legal impediments to implementing the measure and indicated that the legislation was not required. Do you believe that to be true?
I absolutely do. And I would tender that also more broadly, in relation to what Council was asking earlier about what reliance I provided on the submission regarding no legislation being required and also none of these things being identified in the submission. So yes, I do.
Let me come to that topic then, Mr Morrison, immediately. You'll recall that the learned friend took you to the budget process operational rules, paragraph 26, and put the proposition to you that where in paragraph 26 it says all NPPs must include the following information, that any reference to legislation can only relate to the matters there in those paragraphs. You recall that question, you recall you disagreed with it.
I do, and I'd also note in the section that you've referenced in your question that if I read down further, I note that these factors contributed to an environment where DSS and DHS did not advise their ministers that use of averaged ATO income data as the sole basis for raising a debt was not supported by legislation. So I note that it was not just I whom this wasn't raised with, but the ministers that followed me in the Department of Social Services. And this was quite extraordinary because, as you note, it related to 4 separate tranches
Mr.
of measures.
Morrison, I think Dr. Rennick had moved on to a different topic rather, so perhaps if you just listen to his question again.
So, Mr Morrison, can I next take you to, so I'd asked you some questions and I think you'd agreed in relation to item 26 that you had disagreed with what counsel assisting put to you. I now want to take you to 3 examples. So the first example is PMC.001.0002.017. So if we go to the last page of this, page 27 of this document, please. And if you look at, under the heading legislation, what I want to suggest to you is that item 26 of the budget process operational rules relates to points 2.0 and 2.1, but 2.2 is more general about legislation.
I agree, which was my point.
If we then go to another document at the same time, which is the Finance Green Brief, which is PMC.001.0010.8842, and if we go to page 18, which is 8860. Yes, thank you. And you see on the right-hand side there, legislation or regulation change required. Is it your understanding that is merely limited to constitutional or supply measures, or more generally legislation?
More general.
Thank you. And is that something based on your normal practice you would have relied on at the time?
Absolutely. The whole point of a finance green is that, particularly at that point in the government's life, the submissions themselves were quite voluminous, and ERC ministers were dealing with multiple of these submissions in the course of any meeting, and in this one alone there were 51. And so the purpose of the finance green is to assist ERC ministers in understanding the key pertinent points of the submission. And one obvious pertinent point of a submission in assessing whether you proceed with it is the impact on whether legislation or regulatory changes are required.
Let me show you one more document and then I'll ask you a more general question. If we can go to PMC.001.0010.8937, which is the Finance Green Brief, page 17, bottom right-hand corner. And you see there equally, will come up in a second, bottom right-hand corner,
Yes.
legislation or regulation change required. No, I take it your answer as to reliance would be the same as for the previous document?
Absolutely. And that's what I was getting at. I mean, I would have seen that thousands of times on multiple green briefs over 7 years.
And so looking
And
at...
I would have seen yes there too.
Well, that's just my question. So if you had seen yes in answer to that, would you expect to see more than just yes? Presumably that'd be yes and.
Yes, of course. And I would expect that to have come up at the process of finalising the submission. And as I intimated in my response to the council assisting, had that been the case, then it was open to the government and me as minister not to proceed at all.
Yes. And I
Because of
think...
the other matters that the council assisting rightly pointed out, of the hostile nature of the Senate at the time. I mean, there were only so many measures we could pursue. And this was not a measure, as was set out in the opening introduction of the broader portfolio budget submission, that was achieving a great deal of prominence from me as minister.
And just to clarify your evidence, going back to paragraph 26 of the budget process operational rules, do I understand your evidence to be this, that those paragraphs talking about constitutional risk rating and proposed source of legislative authority for expenditure were largely matters the Australian Government Solicitor or the Attorney General's Department would deal with, whereas the line department, if you like, the department raising the measure would deal with its own legislation. Is that the position?
That's the usual position, yes.
Yes. So just one more matter, if I may. So you've been asked a lot of questions about process. You've referred to your usual practice and your considerable experience. Is there anything more you want to say about the usual process with a PBS in the lead up to an ERC meeting, or have you covered it all?
Well, I'd simply say this, as ministers, the process is the guardrail. The process is something that ministers rely on to be fulfilled, and you rely on those who are professional in ensuring submissions are comprehensive to give cabinet ministers confidence in the information that's in front of them. And that process is very exhaustive, and I note understandably the points that are raised by the council assisting. If you've not been directly involved in the pulling together of these submissions within government, then it is understandable that you might form an outsider's view that that period of time is not a long period of time, but I can tell you in government, you'd be surprised how quickly it moves. As I said, I saw that with the public service at its best when Australia was under such great threat during the pandemic, with measures that were in the tens of billions in terms of expenditures as well as very important health measures. So I would simply say that the process in Australia is a very sound one, and one that I think has a great deal of strength and credibility, and which ministers, I think, are quite reasonably able to rely upon, whether it was my government or the one I was part of, indeed the government now. They would be equally well served, I'm sure, by their officials, and they would be following similar processes, I have no doubt. And that is what gives ministers, and I hope, the public confidence about how these matters are dealt with. So it is therefore when the system doesn't work and there is a fail in the system, such as the one we have discussed today, then that is deeply concerning. And of course, I believe everybody, including whether they are the secretaries of the departments through to the frontline service people within the Services Australia, as well as all ministers and their staff, deeply regret how this program impacted on individuals, and I certainly do, and I expressed such in the Parliament as Prime Minister. And as a result, I think there are important lessons to be learned, and I have no doubt, Commissioner, that is what you're directing your attention to. And I appreciate the work of you and the Commission and the Senior Counsel and what you're attempting to do here. But in looking at all of that, if I look back at the one critical point where the system didn't do what it needed to do to assist good decision making, is where someone was aware of something that significant, it must be brought to the attention of the Minister in order for them to make that decision. I understand the point about why didn't you ask? I understand that. But we're not dealing with a situation here where there wasn't advice and the Minister then asked for advice and that they would have then gone and got it. We're talking about a situation where there was advice, and a very clear set of advice, I stress, once I've had the opportunity to see it. And how that did not get elevated and raised with ministers will remain a mystery, and I hope one that is solved to ensure it doesn't happen again.
Just then finally on that point, Mr Morrison, in relation to that failure, as you call it, is that something which the Australian Public Service Commissioner might usefully take up in the training of public servants in the future?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the provision of free and frank advice is an important part of the public service, and it's something that I've always relied on. And I must say, in my experience as a minister, I got plenty of it. And I welcomed it. And those who provided free and frank advice, I know appreciated the ability to give it. But the other thing that I always appreciated with secretaries and others I worked with that haven't given that advice, and a minister making a decision, or a Prime Minister for that matter, making a decision, those public servants got on with their responsibility to implement the government's decision, which takes me to the speech which Councillor Assisting referred to earlier. So that is how I relate it.
Yes, no further questions. Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Rennie. Mr. Gregory?
Minister Morrison, do I understand the reference?
Sadly, I'm no longer one.
Sorry. Mr Morrison, do I understand the reference in the Finance Green Brief to the answer to the question of whether legislation is required, given the sequence of the new policy proposal and the late provision of the Green Brief, to be a reflection of what is already stated to be the case in the new policy proposal checklist?
Yes.
That is, it's not an independent source of separate advice by the Department of Finance or somebody else. It just repeats what is already the stated position.
The Greens are a summary of the submission, and then where, as you referred to earlier, there is comment. On a green, you'll get comment from the Department of Finance and PM&C. On what's called a pink, which is a revenue measure, you'll have commentary from the Department of Treasury instead of Finance and PM&C.
And as I understand your answers to my learned friend Dr Rennick, in respect of 2.2 of the due diligence checklist, the answer no or yes there is itself both the position and the advice.
Yes. And I would note that if it were a contentious matter, then that would be fleshed out in the submission. And certainly if it was a yes, then the nature of that legislation would also be set out for ministers to be able to make an assessment and a judgment.
I have no further questions of Mr Morrison, and he can be excused. I do have an issue in respect of the constitutional and legislative risk advice, which is already an exhibit but in heavily redacted form. So I take that up once.
Thanks, Mr. Morrison. Does Mr. Morrison need to move all these documents, or?
Need a trolley.
Well, I'm not sure if they come with you or your solicitors are looking after them for you. I'd assume that.
The brown folders will look after, the white folders, my learned friends to my right,
Sure.
will look after.
So it seems, Mr. Morrison, you don't have to cart anything with you. So if you want to make your way out, that's fine.
Thank you. I thank the Commission and the Council.
And Commissioner, I understand that council assisting are saying he should be excused, and that's your order?
Oh, yes, and you are excused. Thank
Yes.
you.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner, the legal and constitutional advice by the Australian Government Solicitor is Exhibit 2192. It is CTH.3793001.1158_R. It is in a form which is so greatly redacted because of a legal professional privilege claim that it obscures what the advice related to in a legislative sense. So it is a point now that it has been discussed openly in this commission that will need to be revisited in an
Oh, I see what
LNP
you're
point,
saying.
yes,
Yes.
so that it's clear about the extent to which the AGS advised in respect of these measures on the checklist.
All right.
I just flagged that at this point, but it's clear that more needs to be unredacted.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gregory. I think, and that's the last we'll see of you, I think, Dr. Rennick. Thanks for your assistance.
May we also be excused, yes?
Yes, of course. Well, I think we'll just adjourn for the day, 10 o'clock tomorrow.
All rise. The Commission stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.